take your seats. We'll be starting. Good morning. Welcome to the Medical Board of California quarterly meeting. I want to ask all of us to please turn off our cell phones to silent and make sure they are off the table so we can avoid feedback noise. You may notice board members accessing their laptops during the meeting. They are using the laptop solely to access the board meeting materials that are in electronic format. This is an official business meeting of the Medical Board of California, and as such, disruptions of the board's business will not be tolerated. We have designated time on the agenda for public comment and ask for public comment on each agenda item. I ask that you would be respectful of the need to conduct the board's business. Should anyone disrupt the meeting, I will ask the person to conduct him or herself in such a manner that permits the board to transact its business. This meeting will be available via teleconference. Individual listening to the meeting will have the opportunity to provide public comment and will be assisted by a moderator who will be facilitating the teleconference process. For those members of the public participating via teleconference, please wait until the moderator has introduced you before you make your comments. To request to make a comment during a public comment period, press *1. You will hear a tone indicating you are in the queue for comment. If you change your mind, and don't want to make a comment, press #. Assistance is available throughout the teleconference meeting. To request a specialist, press *0. Each person will be limited to 3 minutes per agenda item. During the agenda item 14, the public comments on items not on the agenda, the board has limited the public comment period for individuals and the teleconference to 20 minutes. In addition, public comment from individuals here at the meeting will be limited to 20 minutes. Therefore, after 20 minutes, no further comments will be accepted. During public comment on any other agenda item, 10 minutes will be allowed for comments from individuals on the teleconference line and those in the audience. After 10 minutes, no further comments will be accepted. Business services staff will be assisting me with receiving public comments via teleconference during the meeting. The board welcomes public comment on any item on the agenda, and it is the board's intent to ask for public comment prior to the board taking an action on any agenda item. If for some reason I forget to ask for public comment on the agenda item you wish to speak on that item, please raise your hand or come forward and you will be recognized. I would like to request the speakers to complete a presenter slip so I can call on you by name at the appropriate time and that the record of this meeting can be full and complete. However, this is voluntary. Please give the speaker slip to Ms. Toof. Ms. Toof, identify yourself. Thank you. I'll do my best to call upon everyone who has supplied a slip for the agenda item and recognize those who wish to make last-minute comment. We plan to end today, no, not at 3 p.m., by 2 p.m. I'd like to introduce, I'd like to call the meeting to the order and ask Ms. Toof to call for roll.
Dr. Bolot? Here. Dr. Bishop?
Here.
Ms. Feinstein? Dr. Hawkins?
Here.
Dr. Kraus?
Present.
Ms. Lawson? Here. Dr. Levine? Dr. Lewis?
Present.
Ms. Pines? Here. Ms. Sutton-Wills?
Here.
Mr. Warmoth?
Here.
Ms. Wright? Dr. Yip?
Here.
Dr. Gonadev?
Here.
Thank you.
We do have quorum. Thank you. I would like to remind the members again that we'll be taking a roll call action for on all the action items. We had a few items left yesterday, but we'll take them at the end of this meeting, so we'll go straight to the agenda item 14. Public comments not on the agenda. Do we have any slips?
We have one. Sorry.
Well, Genevieve, it's so good to see you. Please come on in.
Good morning, Geneviève Claverol.
I must say I really enjoy being here today. Even so, I've been watching on the webcast. You're doing a wonderful job to allow the public to participate, even when they are not here. Especially having your name is very important. When the question I have is that I had filed a complaint a while back, and the letter I received was you only had the first name of the person who reviews the document, and that's really concerned me. And when I called that person, she said we are not allowed to give our last name, and that's really worried me. Especially it was about the falsification of medical records. So I wonder if that's routine, or if some of you could look into it. Because usually, especially when it's a formal complaint, there is the response, and you assign a first name consumer analyst. So,
Okay.
but let's be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Genevieve. Ms. Kirschmar will look into that. Any other public comment from the audience? Any comments on the phone?
No comments on the phone.
Thank you. That now we'll go to the agenda item 15. What? Presentation on the scope of practice and training for medical assistant, Ms. Webb.
Right. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
So the board gets quite a few questions, I want to say almost weekly, about medical assistants and what they can and cannot do. We get questions from medical assistants themselves, concerned that maybe they're being asked to do something that they think is beyond their scope, and also from physicians trying to make sure that they're making appropriate requests. So it seemed timely to review the laws and regulations relating to medical assistants.
And
So
we also got a request from one of the board members to
and
put this on there.
that's correct. So the medical assistants are set forth in statute because a lot of the things that they do would be considered the practice of medicine, requiring a license if an exception was not carved out for them. And so the statute carves out the exception, authorizes medical assistants who are unlicensed individuals to perform certain tasks, and then the regulations make the statute more specific and puts forth a list of some examples of things that they can do, and also provides more details about the training that is required. So, the definition of a medical assistant is set forth in statute. It's important to remember that they are unlicensed. They don't go through the background and verification checks that licensed individuals go through. They have to be at least 18 years old. They have to have appropriate training, which we'll go through in more detail in a minute. They have to have specific authorization for each task that they perform. And they have to perform only appropriate tasks. These are non-invasive, and I think needles are invasive, so it's I guess a matter of perspective, but non-invasive, routine technical support services. Routine technical support services, these are things that each office is a little bit different and practice area is a little bit different, and so something that a medical assistant could do for a dermatologist if you have an unusual patient coming into a dermatologist and the task that the medical assistant is being asked to perform is not typical for the dermatologist's office, that's not appropriate for the medical assistant to do. It needs to be something regularly performed in that office. And they have to have a supervisor, and a supervisor can be a physician and surgeon, a podiatrist, a physician assistant, nurse practitioner, or a certified nurse midwife. So a specific authorization, it's a written order, it's prepared by the supervisor, it authorizes the procedures that the medical assistant can perform on the patient. This is placed in the patient's medical record. The other alternative is that there's a standing order where you have confidence in this medical assistant to perform flu shots. And so for patients that haven't had one and need one, and there's not a contraindication for it, that's all been verified previously by an appropriate licensee, then you can say this person, when they come in for their yearly checkup, the medical assistant can give them the flu shot. That is noted in the patient's record. So I mentioned that medical assistants do have to have appropriate training, and there's two pathways for training. There's on-the-job training. So no particular formal training is required. No degree is required for that pathway. The second pathway is formal education, which we'll get to in a minute. But for on-the-job training, this can be performed by a physician and surgeon, a podiatrist, or a nurse practitioner, PA, RN, LVN, or what's called a qualified medical assistant. All of those individuals are acting under the direction of a physician and surgeon or podiatrist. There is special training required for administering medication by inhalation. So a physician and surgeon or a respiratory care provider has to do that type of training. It cannot be delegated to another type of licensee. So all of this training must be documented. You have to describe the content of the training, the duration of the training, and the fact that this medical assistant has been deemed competent to perform the tasks that they've been trained on. The physician and surgeon or other approved instructor must sign and date the certificate. So when you do that, you're putting your stamp of approval that this person has been appropriately trained and can do these tasks. And that's significant. You don't want to take it lightly. You want to have the right medical assistant performing the right task. And not everyone is good at drawing blood. I just want to say that. So a qualified medical assistant, you heard me use that term when I was talking about training. A qualified medical assistant can train another medical assistant, but that doesn't just mean that the person knows how to do something and they can teach someone else. This is a particular term of art. It means that the medical assistant has been certified by a certifying agency approved by the medical board. And they have to meet certain requirements for formal education, years of experience, taking tests, agreeing to take continuing education, in order for them to be certified and recertified. So, this is not the person who has had on-the-job training and has not taken any further steps to get recognized as meeting these qualifications. This is a person who has gone through a formal process of getting certified. That person can then instruct other medical assistants with the physician's approval. So the other pathway is training through formal education. Now, a medical assistant can go through this formal education, but still not be certified. So that is still an additional step that they must take. There's a lot of programs out there for medical assistants. It is important that the individual going through these programs makes sure that the program meets the qualifications under the regulation to ensure that they'll be able to get a job based on this training path. So some overriding principles: medical assistants cannot diagnose. They cannot treat or make decisions about what an appropriate test is, what the next steps are. They can't do any task that is deemed invasive. And there are situations where they're put in a position where they're asked to assess something. That is not permissible. So assessing the result of a skin test, for example, they can't do that. They can document what it looks like, but ultimately the proper licensee needs to be the one who makes that assessment and informs the patient. You can't use a medical assistant to perform a task where a license is required to do the task. If that's done, then the medical assistant is practicing medicine without a license, which is a crime. And the physician is violating the Medical Practice Act by aiding and abetting the unlicensed practice of medicine. So it's just important to remember their role and also the process that they go through to get that position. It's very minimum requirements, and so you need to keep that in mind when you're giving them an assignment to do. It needs to be appropriate for their level of training and experience, and recognizing that they are not licensed. With that in mind, there's a remarkable number of tasks that they are permitted to perform, and medical assistants can make or break the patient's experience in an office, and they're invaluable. So they can administer medications in a variety of different ways. If they are going to give injections or draw blood through venipuncture or skin prick, they must have additional hours of training. That is set forth in detail in regulation. But it's 10 clock hours of training in each of those areas that you're going to ask them to perform. And they have to demonstrate 10 satisfactory performances of each type of injection, venipuncture, and skin puncture. In addition to those categories of training. If you're going to have them do this, they have to have training in pertinent anatomy and physiology, choice of equipment, proper sterile technique, hazards and complications, patient care following the treatment or the test, emergency procedures, and this is important, California law and regulations for medical assistants. I think it's a good review for both parties, and they should feel comfortable if they think they're being asked to do something outside of what the law and regulations allow, that they can speak up and get clarification. And so it's a good reminder for everyone involved in their training in the practice to review those. So on all of these tasks that they are permitted to do, they have to be authorized to do it after they've been trained, and that training's documented. It's also important to remember that the supervisor has to be there. If it's not the physician there, it has to be someone the physician has authorized to be present when these tasks are being performed. So there's a number of things listed. I'm just going to do some highlights. The typical things, getting vital signs. You know, they do that routinely and document it. Again, they can measure and describe skin test reaction, but they can't decide what that means and then tell the patient, oh, you don't have TB or you do. It has to be documented but referred to a proper licensee to make the determination. They can perform non-invasive tests, electrocardiogram, plethysmography. There are some things that are listed in the regulation specifically, and then sometimes we get questions about can they do something that's not listed, and the process that we go through is to look to see how similar it is to what they're already permitted to do. And if it's non-invasive and the training is straightforward and there's not a risk to the patient, then it can fall in line and be something that medical assistants are permitted to do. They can remove sutures and staples as long as it's not a very serious injury. Applying and removing bandages, cleaning the ears, hearing tests. They can collect a variety of different bodily fluids, swabbing the throat, and of course assisting patients with walking and transferring. We get quite a few questions about whether medical assistants can provide patients with information, next steps types of things, and they can with specific authorization to do so. When they know what to say and they've been told that it's okay to convey that information to the patient, yes, they can do that. These tests, all of them, it has to be something routinely done in that office, like I mentioned earlier. It can't be something that is rare and you're asking the medical assistant to perform it and they haven't done it in 2 or 3 years. It needs to be something that's very routine. Cut the nails of an otherwise healthy patient. So you wouldn't have the medical assistant cutting the nails of someone who is having problems with their feet due to diabetes. So some of this is common sense, not putting patients at additional risk. medical assistants cannot administer anesthesia. So this is a question that comes up. The law specifically says they are not authorized to do that. And again, if they're going to administer medication by inhalation, that requires special training from a physician and surgeon or a respiratory care therapist. A PA and NP cannot perform that training unless they have that respiratory care therapist license. There are provisions under optometry where it does not expand who a supervisor can be, so that's why on these dealing with the eye tests and procedures that medical assistants can perform, it says specifically in there physician or optometrist, so I've kept those in. So they can put in some drops and perform some tests, but they can't do the, we'll get to that in a second. Just some additional non-invasive procedures that they can perform. And then there's things that they can't do. They can't do the subjective refraction of a person's eye. That can't be delegated to a medical assistant. Inserting or removing urine catheters, that's been deemed invasive, and medical assistants don't do that. They don't insert IVs, and they don't inject medication into IV lines. No performing telephone triage. They don't have the proper training and license to do that. This comes up a lot with injection of collagen, Botox, use of lasers in these medical spas. Medical assistants cannot do those things. Again, they can't do anything that requires assessment or interpretation. So debridement, cauterizing wounds, and again, administering anesthetic of any kind is beyond their scope. They can't mix medications, compounding. A proper supervisor has to verify what the dose and medication is that's being given to a patient, and this makes that difficult, so they can't do it. There's a lot of information about medical assistants and what they're able to perform on our website. There's a list of frequently asked questions, and of course the laws and regulations applicable to medical assistants are all right there and handy. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Webb. Kerry is slow and methodical compared to Jennifer, who is turbo speed. So, any questions from the board members? Yes, sir.
Very informative, thank you. What ways is it going to be available to physicians and other folks? Will this slide deck be available on the website or in our quarterly newsletter? Or?
Yeah, so there's one thing, the reason we do presentations here is that we can then take these presentations and post them on our website and put the slide deck out there. We've done that with corporate practice, we've done that with fictitious name permits, and we'll do this with this. Most of the information, though, that Kerry has gone over is actually already in our newsletter and is already out there, but every time we get these questions, you know, it's just one more thing where it's like we know that we need to do more education on this. So we'll be putting this out.
Very good, thank you.
Dr. Bola.
Thank you very much. This was really informative, and I have 3 questions, and I'll start kind of from a health systems perspective. When we start to look at the delegation of responsibilities, so it works real well when you're a two-in-a-box doc and you have yourself and your medical assistant, and this makes a lot of sense. And not to be answered here particularly, but the delegation of systems into a particular set of offices and how that plays out, because that's always seemed to me that the responsibility needed to take place on site for certain things that are going to be happening. Now, that delegation, I'll give you a good example that you raised, would be the inhalation therapy. You were very clear, that's very clear in the statute, that it is a respiratory therapist or physician that does the training. So in a sense, you can't delegate that to someone else. That would be my interpretation from what I heard. The second then becomes the issue of certain programs. For example, I don't see anything here that or perhaps you can help me, that says a medical assistant cannot draw from a multi-dose vial. This comes up many, many times, and so we can kind of, if we could look at that, because that's not mixing or compounding, but then that becomes an issue, I think, on your other point, that's how much you draw. Right? Because in a sense, you're calculating. Are you giving 0.5 milliliters, 1 milliliter, 0.25 milliliters? So that one comes up quite a bit, particularly in the area of pediatrics. And then the final point is the standardized protocol. So many organizations work off standardized protocol, and that just goes back down to, it's a group of physicians that perhaps create that protocol. And I think that seems to be perfectly fine, but it's just how deep does that go and who's signing off? And that, because sometimes on the other side, our physicians are asking, wonder if I don't agree with it. What should my medical assistant be doing? So this is some of the things that happen, I think, in large organizations that we can sidebar on that. So I appreciate all of this presentation.
Right. Yeah, I certainly think a physician shouldn't have a medical assistant doing something that physician who's supervising at the time is not comfortable with that medical assistant doing, because the physician is responsible.
All right.
So even in a large organization, ultimately the physician who is supervising at that time is going to be responsible for that patient's care.
And one last comment, for large organizations that have trainees, the other issue is that an unlicensed trainee is not particularly, I would interpret that as not to be a supervisor, and I'm not sure about that. They may have they're not yet licensed, so that's something would be good to clarify at some point. I'm talking about an intern, an unlicensed, that's not a licensed physician, so I don't think this applies.
Exactly.
As supervisor. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Yip.
If you assume each office have 2 to 5 MA, we probably more MA than NP, than PA, than doctors all add together. So I think this under-recognized field that I just wonder who and which agencies should really take more look into it. This is perfect and this is very good, but I think this is still not enough. I'm sure a lot of confusion out there, what physicians can do, what physicians should do. Like the first slide, if you go back to the first slide, even I'm confused that if the MA are allowed to do non-invasive procedure, but then the physician need to be on-site. But let's say one of the non-invasive taking blood pressure, so I'm not sure the physician need to be on-site. Dr. Bola may be making around, hey, start my clinic, put patients in the room. The service must be on premise in order for the medical assistant to perform non-invasive technical support service. So that alone is confusing.
Right.
So I think.
And this is from the law.
Right.
So
that's what I'm saying.
That's
saying. We have more MA in this labor force, and I think years have been under-recognized or under-regulated. And in my area, Los Angeles, I have problem getting MA from accredited agency. I can even find which school teaching them now. So I'm sure a lot of physicians don't even know how to certify the MA, the 10 hours and all that. I think they need to be, and I'm more than happy to help with our staff to do that, to upgrade the recognition, the organization of this, like education and what you can do. There's a big group of urology in town. They have 30 urology. They asked me because they're not sure whether the MA can do urethral catheterization. They're saying, we teach patients how to catheterize themselves. We teach patients how to remove the catheter. How come the MA cannot do that? And the law say you cannot do that. And they asked how can they go around to change that? And I was told you actually need to go to talk to your legislator to change the law to do that. So there's room to improve, there's room to change. And I think this is a good start. So thank you.
I think that's definitely something, if you think that that's worthwhile, that's something that really the physician organizations need to take on, and looking at that to expand any type of role of a medical assistant. So I don't think that would be something the board would be behind, taking forward.
Okay, any other comments from the board? Any comments from the audience? Any comments on the phone?
We have a few from the phone.
Okay, thank you.
From
Thank you.
Eric Andrus, please go ahead, your line is open.
Okay, Mr. Andrist, go ahead.
I'm not sure. I was online for the number 14 on items not on the agenda, and they didn't put me through. Do you want me to speak now or wait?
You can go ahead.
Okay. I'd like to respond first about Dr. Ganadev cutting off Dr. Yip's response to my comment yesterday on agenda item 7A23, discussing SB 790 in regards to gifts to doctors from medical manufacturers. I quoted ProPublica's Dollars for Docs information on Dr. Yip, which shows that he accepted over $30,000 from medical manufacturers in 2013-14. Before Dr. Yip could reply, Dr. Ganadev interjected with, and I quote, "Doctor, you don't have to answer that because it's a public comment period." Unless Carrie Webb would like to ignore this like she does most of my requests, I'd like her to weigh in on this because when I read the Brown Act this morning on public meetings, I found that Government Code Section 54954.2A says, and I quote, "No action or discussion shall be undertaken on any item not appearing on the posted agenda, except that members of a legislative body or its staff may briefly respond to statements made or questions posed by persons exercising their public testimony rights. In addition, on their own initiative or in response to questions posed by the public, a member of a legislative body or its staff may ask a question for clarification, make a brief announcement, or make a brief report on his or her own activities. Regardless, the item I was commenting on did appear on the agenda, so the no discussion requirement doesn't appear to apply. This is exactly why I'm always talking about doctors protecting doctors. No board should be composed of the very people that the agency is attempting to protect the public from. And one of my goals, since you've all been so unhelpful in providing me with the information I've been requesting for over a year now, and since you allowed the doctor that killed my sister to get away with it by closing my complaint without an investigation, is to fight to make the medical board an all-citizen board. Clearly, from the onslaught of cases I've been providing to the legislature for the last month, doctors are incapable of truly disciplining other doctors. Dr. Ganadev wouldn't even allow another board member to legally reply to my comment. Is that in the best interest of consumers? You all seem to forget that everything you do has to be in the best interest of consumers at all times. And I have to wonder why none of you are questioning Dr. Ganadev's possible conflict of interest in the Dr. Hari Reddy decision. I would like to request that this board open an investigation into the matter and that it be put on the agenda for the very next meeting. When you all just sit back and allow these things to happen without question, it makes you all accomplices. The public members of this board need to stop fearing the doctor members and their friends and affiliations because it is your duty to protect the public, not each other. Thanks.
Ms. Webb, you have any answer? I would like to make Mr. Andrist stop making false accusations. That's all I can say. And Ms. Webb, you have any answer?
The board is not required to respond to public comment.
Thank you, Ms. Webb. That closes that comment from Mr. Andrist. Any other comments on the phone?
We do have someone from Lisa Bushel. Please go ahead. Your line is open.
Hi, thank you for taking my call. I am referring to Volume 141, Winter's newsletter, page 5, that says physicians may give medical assistance patient-specific verbal orders. And I find that this has created created a lot of confusion and actually is in a contraindication to Business and Professions Code 2069, which states that a medical assistant may do additional technical supportive services upon a specific authorization, which is a specific written order by the supervising physician, podiatrist, etc., and that is placed in the patient's medical record. So I really wanted to figure out how this could, why this is creating so much confusion by allowing physicians to say that they can give verbal orders when indeed the medical assistant really can't perform any additional technical supportive services without a written order a patient-specific written order, a patient-specific standing order that's written in the medical record. Also, it's very difficult for a licensed individual to validate and authorize that the medical assistant has actually is about to perform a task such as administer a medication and verifying the correct medication and dosage, etc., without a written order. So my comment is that this creates confusion and is contraindicated by Business and Profession Codes 2069. Thank you.
This can be done through the use of a standing order, but it is still documented in the patient's chart.
Thank you, Ms. Webb. Any other comments on the phone?
We have no more.
Thank you. That concludes the item. Let's go to item number 16, Executive Management Reports. Ms. Kirschmeyer.
Before I get started, I did want to let the members know that the board packets that were mailed out, there were two documents. It was BRD 16B-15 and BRD 16B-13. They were two documents talking about the time for our investigations, and those were actually put out, and then we actually had some numbers to verify, and so those numbers changed. So I do want to let you know that if you're looking at SharePoint, those new documents are on SharePoint, and they're on our website, and they're in the back. But I did want to just point those out that there was a difference, and it was a difference of 30 days, so it was enough that I wanted to point it out to the members. So as normal, I will not be going over all of the administrative enforcement program or licensing program summaries unless someone has a question, but both of them are in your packet, and they do have statistics and everything as to how both of those programs are doing. I would like to draw your attention, though, to BRD 16A5, which is, again, our board's fund condition. This document includes complete repayment of the board's outstanding loans to the general fund. And as this document indicates, the board's fund reserve is projected to be at 4.9 months at the end of this fiscal year if that loan is repaid as projected. However, if the loan is not repaid, the fund condition on the following page actually shows that we would be at 3.5 months reserve. And in addition, without those loan repayments, we'd actually be at the mandated level in 2018-19, and with the loans, we wouldn't be expected to be there until 2019-20. I would also like the members to know that the board's two budget change proposals, or our BCPs, were approved by the legislature and now are just awaiting signature by the governor's office. So as previously indicated, those BCPs are for 2 enforcement staff in our central complaint unit and then 1 staff member to implement the physician health and wellness program. In addition to these BCPs, there were also 2 DCA-wide BCPs, one to continue the BREEZE system and another for staff from the Department of Consumer Affairs Solid Unit or Training Unit. These are also identified on our fund condition. And again, those are because we do pay pro rata, so when they put in their BCP, it also impacts our budget as well. As stated at the last meeting, the board's licensing staff at that time were reviewing applications within 29 days from the receipt of application. Well, as of last week, and again, it's important to point out that we're just starting into our busiest times. We're at 28 days from review of the application. So our licensing staff is really stepping to the plate and is doing a great job in getting those applications done. So I'll be curious by July to see where we are because they really have a routine going right now. Our information systems branch has also been working hard to upgrade our outdated computers and also to upgrade the board's email system. I wanted to give you a heads up. This is actually going to impact you as board members, and staff will be reaching out to all of you in the next few weeks to discuss the changes. It will be a slightly different change to your accounts where you vote on the disciplinary action. So that's something you'll need to be walked through for those changes. As indicated in the administrative summary, we've actually been writing a lot of presentations over the last quarter, and I've actually done several presentations with the board members, and so I want to thank those who really have met with me and gone out and done that presentation, and I think that's really valuable. In regard to CARES, as of February 15th, and this is a huge thing for us, if you think back to the report that we heard from let's see, who was Mike Small from DOJ that provided that update. I think we had at that time about 8,000 to 9,000 physicians who were registered in CARES back when we had that presentation. And as of April 15th, there are 90,901 physicians registered in the CARES system. So I know it's required, but that's a huge issue in the fact of the opioid epidemic. So we're really glad that all of the individuals are signing up. At the last meeting, I actually reported that between December and January, physicians requested 208,273 patient activity reports, and within the last month, there were 260, almost 2,600 reports that were actually requested. So that just shows it continues to grow and the usage is really moving forward. At the last meeting, we had a presentation from Dr. Smith, who is the director of the California Department of Public Health, on the statewide prescription opioid misuse and overdose prevention workup and its joint efforts to battle the opioid epidemic. I would like to draw your attention to pages BRD 16A-17 and 18, which is a letter from this work group to healthcare providers and prescribers. This letter will actually be emailed out to all physicians, posted on our website, placed in our newsletter, and sent to individuals on our subscribers list. This is kind of a joint effort where we're all working together. The board also is working on our education document, which is actually mentioned in that document. And I think we talked about that at the last meeting, and we're going to be providing that information again. It's on the CARES system and how to utilize it and what to do with the information that you've obtained from the CARES system. On pages 16E 1 to 3 is an update from the Health Professions Education Foundation and the Stephen M. Thompson Loan Repayment Program. And I would like to actually point out to the members that Ms. Simoes, Ms. Alameda, and Ms. Robinson from our staff actually set in on the review of the individuals, the applicants for the Stephen M. Thompson Loan Repayment. And so that's one way we're still involved in that organization, and they provided the evaluation that was needed. In my report, I provided an update on the issue of overprescribing psychotropic medication to foster care children. As stated, the board finalized the data use agreement as required with the passage of Senate Bill 1174 and received information for the 2015 calendar year. Since the report, though, board staff has made significant progress in working with the Department of Social Services and Department of Healthcare Services to obtain appropriate authorization to get the medical records for the patients. By the next meeting, a letter should be sent to those individuals with the authority to authorize the board to review medical records, requesting authorization for the board to obtain the medical records on the patients identified that may have received inappropriate prescriptions. So we're one step forward. It's a very slow progress, I have to say, working with other entities and because of the confidentiality of this population. But we've made, actually, I think, and Ms. Webb would agree, one really positive step forward and able to get that information. In addition, the 2014 data will be sent to our board experts for their review to identify physicians in this new timeframe who need further investigation. For the Federation update, Dr. Krause and I attended the FSMB annual meeting in Texas last week. We heard presentations on it, discussions that will take place regarding physician wellness and burnout, international mobility of physician, trends in telemedicine, regulation in the era of assisted dying, evidence-based regulation, the role of CME and licensure, and technology-supported medical decision-making. And actually, one of the best presentations that I heard during the time was on actually board governance and leadership, and I thought it was really good from our perspective as a regulatory agency. And based on that presentation, actually Dr. Kraus during the meeting actually recommended a board member mentoring program utilizing board members previous board members who could mentor new members to the board. And so I'm looking forward to putting a program together like that for our future incoming board members as they start coming in. With that, I would actually like to offer Dr. Kraus any update from that meeting as well.
Thank you, Kim. This was my third FSMB meeting which I have attended, and I have found it to be invaluable. In the United States, each state is a social experiment, and for us to remain in isolation and not view and exchange ideas with other states is a loss. One thing that struck me is that unsolicited, probably 10 to 15 people came up to me during the course of the meeting and told me how lucky I was, and we are, to have Ms. Kirkmeyer. Ms. Kirkmeyer is an active participant in FSMB, an active participant in committees of executive leaders of state boards, and is incredibly well respected nationally. So thank you, Kim.
Thank you.
Sometimes when you go outside the confines of your own board and your own state, you realize what a gem you have, and we have a gem. The other thing I must share with you is I was embarrassed. I was embarrassed that Alabama had 12 representatives, that Maine had 6 representatives. California had Kim and me. And there are numerous committee meetings which occur simultaneously that 2 of us cannot actively participate in. There are board attorney committees. The reason we are not more active participants, I accredit to the fault of our government. The FSMB makes available up to 3 scholarships for board members to travel to FSMB meetings. We're not allowed to take any of them because the FSMB is a CME granting agency. Our government is worried about potential corruption of board members who would accept a FSMB scholarship to attend a meeting. Our own state, one of the wealthiest in the world, is pecuniary in funding board members and staff to attend these meetings. So I would continue to encourage Kim and board staff whenever possible to be sure that other avenues of government, and I have registered my concerns with the governor's office personally, that when there is an opportunity that we let our legislature and our government know that sometimes we are impaired and are not necessarily serving the public best if we're not trusted by our own government to be active participants in national meetings. It's an incredibly valuable resource. I had the privilege 2 years ago of serving on the National Marijuana Task Force. I've been appointed now to serve on a new task force to study stem cell and regenerative therapy. And I hope in the future that more board members and staff could have an opportunity to participate in this very valuable national forum. Thank you.
And then just in summary, I was actually going to give kudos to Dr. Kraus for being appointed to that therapy, so it'll be nice to have California represented on that. So there's an update in my report on the board's sunset review process, and Dr. Ganadev spoke about it yesterday, so I'm not going to go over it unless there are any questions. And with that, that concludes my report.
Yeah, thank you, Kim, and thank you, Howard, for attending. And last year I went there. I just want the public members and others to know that we are the most respected board in the entire country. So I'm pretty proud of our board. So I am glad that you were able to attend. I couldn't attend for some other commitment. So, Dr. Lewis.
Last year, I did have the opportunity to participate at the blessing of our government, a workshop on education, developing an educational program for new board members. and they were developing a manual to provide to new board members about how to be a board member. And I was wondering if that was mentioned at the FSMB, because we spent a lot of time trying to develop that manual. So I don't
So
wanna
it wasn't, but there was a public member forum for new public members that were coming in, and so I think it was probably covered under that. We were actually at another presentation at the time, but there was a time for that, so I'm sure it was presented there. And then they also gave kudos to you, your committee, for the work that they had done during the presentations.
Oh, great. Okay, thank you.
Any other comments from the board members? Dr. Hawkins.
So, Kim, thanks for, among all the things you could have highlighted, reminding us of cures. There is some resistance to cures, and it is a law now. And I'd just like to report that many physicians, including myself, are using cures. It is very, very, very valuable. And although there was a significant amount of resistance to it initially, physicians are embracing it.
Thank you. Any other comments? I have one public comment, Dr. Baza.
Thank you, and appreciate the report from Ms. Kirkmeyer. I too would like to just make a quick comment and have a question about the CURES program. I'm really happy as a physician and an educator on pain management and trying to get the opioid issue under control that CURES is really ramping up, and folks are taking advantage of it. My question regards, there is a process by which the CURES 2.0 needs to be certified, I believe, and it is after the certification period that physicians will then be required to check the CURES report on their opioid using patients every 4 months. I would like to know if there's an estimate by which time the CURES 2.0 will be certified, because I haven't heard that.
I haven't actually heard an estimate either, but it's after the Department of Justice actually gets the staffing to actually be ready to go forward with that. And that's the last I had heard from the last meeting that we had. I actually have monthly meetings with Department of Justice. This is an assumption on my part, but I would assume it would be after the regular budget process. So I'm assuming that they put in requests for additional funding and additional positions through the budget process. So it would probably be after the governor signs the budget, which is usually about July 1st. But I don't know if how long it's gonna take, if they're gonna wait until they actually have the staff on board to do that. So I would assume that's what they're waiting for. So it's not any time in the near future that I've heard anyway.
I'm happy to hear that they'll be having more IT staff for support. As easy as it is to use, there is some glitches that come up, and the support will need to be timely to make it really effective. So thank you.
Thank you. Genevieve?
Good morning again. About cure, I have some issue too, because when you try to find out the length of time from the time the physician input it and somebody else, enter it, how long that period is, because some people tell us, 2 weeks, some people tell 2 months, and actually when you look at the DMP chart, the only state which has up to the minute is Oklahoma State. So I would like maybe to get a range,
So for California, it's not the physician that puts the information in, it's actually the pharmacist when they're dispensing it. So that's when it goes in, and they by law have 7 days to put the information into the system. So it could be 1 to 7 days.
So in a way, that's a big glitch also, because if the physician does not input and just the pharmacist, again, that's a huge, all in a system.
If the physician direct dispenses from his office, he's required then to input it. So it's really whoever is dispensing it is the one that's putting the information in.
Yeah.
This is something our board has talked about for that 7 days. It would take a legislative change to move that.
The other point I wanted to make was the opiate epidemic and all the research on opiates. And, you said it'd be nice to get others involved with other states and so on. Being French, I would say we should go a step further and look in other, foreign country. Both Canada and France have much less addiction than we have in the U.S. I mean, they almost have none in France in particular, because they are using a different kind of opiates with about 10 to 100% higher than what we use when people have surgery. People recuperate faster, they get off very quickly. And maybe we need to look at that, the way we are, dealing here, because it doesn't make any sense that in a country we can get people back to work after major surgery in few days, when here it takes months and they're still on opiates months after. So I'd be glad to bring the information and share with you. The other question you kind of answer was about foster children receiving a psychotropic, drug and so on. I think that's where we need to really look at, because I think they are automatically put on those drugs when they are not needed, just to handle them. Thank you.
Thank you, Genevieve. One of your points is actually the board's position that we like an online ongoing system where if banks and the credit card companies can get immediately what's going on, why not narcotic prescriptions? It just makes no sense to me. Thank you. Any other comments from the members, audience here? Comments on the phone?
Comments on the phone.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Kirschmeyer. We'll go to item number 17, update on implementation of Physician Health and Wellness Program. Ms. Kirschmeyer.
As stated at the last meeting, the board held an interested parties meeting on the regulations pertaining to the Physician Health and Wellness Program. At this time, board staff are working on regulations to implement this program. Unless there are any changes, board may have another interested parties meeting with the actual language prior to the next meeting, and may provide the language for review at the July meeting, depending upon stakeholder feedback. The plan is still to have the regulations completed and the vendor hired to begin the program at the end of 2018. However, this really is dependent upon that regulatory process and the contract process. So that's the update that I have at this time.
Any questions from the board? Any comments from the public in the audience here? Any comments on the phone?
No comments on the phone.
Thank you. Now we'll go to agenda item 18, a presentation on the Clinical Competence Assessment Program and the Physician Enhancement Program. Here to make the presentation is Peter Bohl and Nate Floyd. Mr. Bohl started working at the UC San Diego Physician Assessment and Clinical Education, that's PACE program, in 1998 when he was a freshman at UCSD. Since then, he has held various positions at PACE until becoming Associate Director in June of 2009. In 19 years working with PACE, Mr. Bohl has coordinated and overseen more than 1,600 competency assessments. He has coordinated dozens of CME courses. He has coordinated and overseen hundreds of clinical remediation programs. He has spoken at conferences both nationally and internationally on the topics of physician competency assessments, clinical remediation, and fitness for duty. He has also co-authored 2 peer-reviewed articles and helped create the present several abstracts. Nate Floyd is a Physician Enhancement Program Director at UC San Diego Physician Assessment and Clinical PACE program. He has been at UC San Diego for 27 years. My goodness. Nate earned his undergraduate degree at CSU San Marcos. Mr. Bohl and Mr. Floyd. Thanks for coming.
Thank you very just lost the presentation. What, I hit the wrong button? Okay, got it. We're good. Okay, thank you. So I am Peter Bohl, and this is my colleague Nate Floyd, and we're going to go over, I'm going to take the first half of the talk, and I'm going to discuss the clinical competency assessment, and then I'm going to turn it over to Nate, and he will do the Physician Enhancement Program, or PEP. So we recently changed the PACE clinical competence assessment, and it went from a 2-phase program to a 1-phase program, and we were asked to kind of come here and talk about some of the differences. And so that'll be basically what I'm going to do. There's a lot that we could talk about, but we only have 30 minutes to get through both of our presentations, so we're going to spend about 10 minutes each and give us about 10 minutes time for questions that you might have. So, as I said, the goals of this presentation will be to give you an overview of the PACE Clinical Competency Assessment. I'll discuss how the program has changed, why it has changed, what's the same, and also in our minds, what's better about it. And finally, I'll just go over some brief program logistics to give you an idea of what it's like for doctors going through the program and how things work. So here, for those of you who don't know about PACE very much or kind of just learning about it, essentially the Clinical Competency Assessment, it's a program designed to determine whether or not a doctor is safe to practice, and essentially whether or not they have the applicable skills and abilities to practice in their specialty. And really what we're trying to figure out is if they are safe to practice. And we've been doing this since 1996. We've done over 1,750 evaluations to date, covering all 24 medical specialties of the ABMS and dozens of subspecialties as well. The current program length is 3 to 5 days in total, and the cost varies by specialty and the reason for referral and essentially a number of other factors, but on average it's going to be around $15,000 to $20,000 in total for the attending physician. And in terms of the duration of time necessary to complete, if a physician is motivated and helping and being engaged in the process, it should take between 3 to 4 months from the time of initial application to a final report to the board. And that's, by the way, that's the new iteration. The previous program took about 5 to 6 months to complete, but since they're only coming here one time now, it's going to be a faster turnaround time. So there are a number of reasons that we changed the program, but what it comes down to for us is that over the time and years that we've been doing this work, we've gained a lot of insight and experience, and that's coincided with also the development of new tools and resources and also the implementation of new technology, particularly in simulation, that has all these things have kind of come together and helped us understand that we can assess these doctors in a more efficient process. And what that has looked like for us is doing a lot more front-end work to understand who these doctors are, what their practices look like, and then really target the assessment to their specific practice, the specific concerns of the board, or in the case of a physician who might be returning to practice, what their intended area of practice would be. So how is it still the same? Well, our core principles have not changed. This is our mission statement. I'm not going to bore you all and read it, but essentially we see ourselves as somewhat analogous to the board in that we really value, our main goal is patient safety. We are here to try to protect patients. We want to find out if doctors sent to us are safe to practice, and if they're safe to practice, the next question is, can they be practicing more optimally? And then that will allow us to try to find specific areas of remediation that we would then pass on to the board to help to make sure that they're continuing to develop professionally. So that has not changed. And the other components of the program that haven't changed is really our philosophy. The PACE program, since its inception, has really tried to perform a global assessment as opposed to taking, looking at, is this the tip of the iceberg or is this part of a bigger problem? And so we don't just simply focus on the area or areas in which led to their referral, but we want to look at the physician in totality. Is there anything in their practice or their personal life or their health that could be affecting their ability to practice? And so as a result of that, the PACE program assessment clinical competence assessment will continue to have a screening of mental, physical health and cognitive health. We will continue to evaluate these doctors across the 6 core competencies that were defined by the American Council of Graduate Medical Education and American Board of Medical Specialties. And we will continue to use the same set of final outcomes, which is really a kind of a three different final grades or final outcomes. The first is doctors that we thought did great and we don't have concerns about, and we call that a category 1 or a clear pass. And then the second category, which really has two categories, but it's really doctors that have passed, but there will be some additional recommendations for them. And these are the kinds of things that we would suggest for them to do to practice more optimally. A category 2 might be someone with just one or two small focal deficits, while a category 3 might represent someone with perhaps larger gaps in knowledge, or perhaps we might recommend some kind of restriction of privileges, or some kind of so restriction of privileges and monitoring is another common recommendation for a category 3. And then of course a category 4, is a fail. And for us, the bar for a fail is unsafe to practice. That's the line that we're looking at. It's not whether or not you would be able to get a job as a clinical faculty member at UCSD. It's just whether or not this is someone who meets the minimum requirements to practice safely. And again, the last thing that's still the same is if we see areas that a doctor can improve, we will continue to provide those remedial recommendations and provide as much resources, information that we can to help the doctor and the medical board enforce those recommendations. So how is the program different? Well, as I mentioned previously, it was a two-phase program where the doctors would first come for a 2-day assessment, and then they would come back later in time for 5 days in the UCSD clinical environment. Well, now we've basically condensed that into just one process where they'll come anywhere from 3 to 5 days, and as I mentioned before as well, we are spending a considerable amount of time on the front end to make sure that we get that assessment just right, because whereas before we had 2 opportunities to spend time with these doctors and we could learn from phase 1 and then recalibrate perhaps the assessment after figuring out kind of the initial strengths and weaknesses, we don't have that luxury anymore. And so that just requires us to dive a little bit deeper into their practice, get a little more information about what might be going on, and then creating a very tailored assessment for them. And also, as I mentioned, the advent of improved technology for simulation has allowed us to incorporate that into many of our competency assessments. UCSD has a beautiful simulation center that they opened up about 4 or 5 years ago. And if any of you have the opportunity to go to UCSD and visit it, it's really remarkable. And we're only just beginning, I think, to scratch the surface of some of the things that we'll be able to do with that simulation center. But so far, it's been very helpful, and I think really improved the overall quality and thoroughness of the assessment. So how is it better? Well, that might be slightly presumptive, I guess, but we do think this is a better process. We think it's better for all the stakeholders involved. We think in terms of for the medical board members and those in the enforcement side of things, we think this will make it a little bit easier for them to track the participation of their doctors. Instead of having to worry about 2 phases, it's just one. It's one pace process, and that should be a little bit easier to follow. And I think what we really think is the best part about it is that it allows us to determine someone's competence in less time. So really, if we find a doctor that's unsafe, we'll know about it sooner, and we feel this is very an improved way for public protection. And we also have greater confidence with the assessment than we did in years past because of the improved technology, because of our experience, and we feel more confidence with our decisions and processes. For the participants, we do feel that this is beneficial to them for a number of reasons. The first one being obvious, that it's less time for them out of practice, so they don't have to make 2 trips. They'll have less days, less hotel nights, less times that they have to travel, and overall just less time away from practice. So that should help offset some of the costs a little bit. But also the assessment is more germane to them as well. So I think they'll be feeling that the assessment is more fair to them. And that's another major reason for the change for us. Now I'm just going to briefly go into some of the program logistics, just to give you an idea of how that kind of 3 to 4 month process would work. Again, as I mentioned, the 3 to 4 month timeline does require to have a physician who's slightly engaged, and this is one of the, I think, one of the things that we're really grateful to have the board and be able to work with it, the monitors in enforcement who can help kind of cajole these doctors when they're not, taking the initiative to go through this process. So the first stage is for us to do data gathering essentially in the enrollment process, and they provide us information about their practice. We review the board documents, we get charts from them, and we use all this information to help design the scope of the assessment. And but first it's the data gathering that takes a couple weeks, and then we'll have what's called a case conference, and this is an assessment preview at this stage. It's a multidisciplinary meeting of several physicians and the case managers, and we sit there and we go through every single piece of information that we received during the enrollment process, review it, and try to determine what the scope and design of the assessment will be. And from that point, actually, let me just back up. Once a doctor's enrolled, we will try to get their assessment preview done as soon as possible. So if a doctor gets all of his or her paperwork into us on, say, by Monday or Tuesday, we will review them that Friday. So right now, currently in our office, there's a case conference happening. It happens every Friday, and so we try to, if they can help work towards getting their stuff in time as soon as possible, then we'll try to get them in the next available assessment review meeting. And so following that case conference assessment preview, then they'll be scheduled for the assessment, and that's typically about a month to 6 weeks out. And the reason that the timing, this is one of the parts that takes the most time, because we're coordinating the schedule and they're having to take a week off of their schedules. So that takes a little bit of time. Following the assessment itself, which will take place over 3 to 5 days at UCSD within the PACE office, as well as the UCSD outpatient clinics and hospitals, we will then review their results. And so that, it takes usually about 3 to 4 weeks to get all the results in and then bring it to the next case conference. And it's again the same meeting, we just have it split into some of the doctors are getting a preview for an assessment and some are looking at the post results. And so when it's the post review, we're looking at how they did, and we're trying to figure out what their overall final grade will be, and then determine what, if any, recommendations are needed for these physicians. And then from that point, we will create a final report. This usually takes us about 2 weeks. It's a multi-stage editing process that starts with the case manager, who then sends it on to me as the associate director. I'll review it, and then it goes on to Dr. Norcross, our director. So this it's a timely process, but given the fact that so many of our cases are litigated and we go into court, this is obviously a critical step for us, and we want to make sure that we get everything right. And if we ever, in reviewing the process, think, well, gee, maybe we didn't get this right, then we'll take it back to the case conference and look at it again and make sure that we're always very comfortable and confident with what we're saying, because as many of you know, we do go into court quite often, and we always back up what we say, and so this is a critical thing for us to get right. So that kind of sums up the program of the clinical competence assessment. I was going to go ahead and just have Nate go straight through, and then if you guys want to ask questions afterwards for both of us, so that's okay?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Here, we'll switch.
All right, can you hear me okay? Yes. Again, good morning, and I am Nate Floyd. I am the Administrative Director of the PEP program, also known as the Physician Enhancement Program. And again, thank you for giving us this opportunity to speak with you. PEP became operational in 2004. It was created to give physicians on probation an alternative to meeting their disciplinary requirement of having a practice monitor. As you are aware of, physicians who have this type of disciplinary requirement are required to either find their own practice monitor or to enroll in PEP. So our primary purpose is to monitor the physician's ability to practice safely. However, we do mentor the physicians to help them to achieve clinical excellence and professional growth and development. So in essence, PEP is a monitoring program that also mentors. So there are 4 core components of our program. The first is the monthly chart audit. Each month, the participant submits 7 randomly selected chart notes to our office, which are then evaluated by the PEP monitor. The PEP monitor evaluates the chart notes using our standardized chart auditing tool. The second component is the quarterly report. The second component is the monthly telephone follow-up. and this is the intervention, if you will. So each month, the faculty monitor will conduct a phone call with the participant, and this is the time where the faculty monitor provides feedback and recommendations to the participant, excuse me, to help them to improve their chart notes. The third, excuse me, the third component are the quarterly reports. Each faculty monitor is required to produce a quarterly report. These quarterly reports provide an update about the participant's performance, and those reports are submitted to the medical board to keep them apprised of the participant's performance as well. The fourth component are the site visits. Each practice monitor is required to conduct 2 site visits per year at the participating physician's clinical practice. And again, those site visit reports are also submitted to the board to keep them apprised of the site visit environment as well. And if we are required, we will provide a billing monitoring service as well. So I want to talk about the PEP participants. Since 2004, PEP has monitored 167 participants. The average length of time in PEP is 21.4 months. The average age of a PEP participant is 58 years, and you compare that to the national norms of 52 years for practicing physicians. The medical board has referred 93% of all PEP participants. Men represent 80% of the participants, and 55% of the board, 55% of the PEP participants are board certified. And you compare that to the national norms of 77% for practicing physicians. So as you can tell from my description, the average PEP participant tends to be male, tends to be older, and less likely to be board certified than compared to the national norms of practicing physicians. So real quickly, the specialty breakdown, over 50% of the specialties in PEP are general practitioners, and this correlates to our PEP monitors. Over 50% of the PEP monitors are general practitioners. So that leads me to who are the PEP monitors? We assign board-certified PEP monitors to work with each participant based upon their medical specialty or scope of practice. The vast majority of the PEP monitors are UCSD faculty. In fact, 91% of the monitors are UCSD faculty. And occasionally we will recruit physicians in the community when we're unable to locate a faculty at UCSD. And all of the PEP monitors undergo a one-on-one training and orientation session prior to working with each participant. So during those one-on-one training and orientation sessions, the practice monitor will review the participant's CV, all the relevant medical board documents, as well as the PEP intake data forms. So this is important because the faculty monitor needs to understand as much background information about the participant in order to create the best mentoring program. During the one-on-one sessions, the faculty also learns how to evaluate the individual chart notes utilizing the standardized chart auditing tool. They also learn how to provide feedback to the monthly chart notes as well as writing the required reports. So I want to take a minute of your time to talk about the PEP research study. And for us, the most important thing we wanted to find out was, do physicians improve their charting skills during their participation in PEP? So I'm here to gladly say that the answer is yes. So I'm going to walk you through our research study. I know there's a lot to chew on in this graph, so I'm going to walk you through it as best as I can. So our research looked at 77 participants over a 24-month period. More specifically, we evaluated the participants' chart notes at 4 separate points in time at month 6, month 12, month 18, and 24. So we then evaluated the participants' chart notes utilizing the PACE program's standardized chart auditing tool. And those chart notes were evaluated on 7 different categories using a 9-point scale. Those chart notes that received a score, or those chart notes that received scores of 1 to 3 were rated unsatisfactory. Scores of 4 to 6 were rated satisfactory, and scores of 7 to 9 were rated superior. And if I could have you look at the bottom of the graph, those are the 7 categories that were evaluated: legibility, organization, adequacy of history information, adequacy of physical examination, appropriate clinical assessment and formulation, the appropriate plan and treatment, and the overall chart quality. So we then analyzed the differences in the chart item scores at 4 separate points in time. We looked at the chart notes at month 1 versus month 6, month 12, month 18, and month 24. And if you look at the graph, you'll see that participants improved their charting scores during the entire 24-month period. And if you look at the blue graph at month 6 and compare that to their growth in month 12, you'll see that there was a significant increase. In fact, at the 6-month period, on average, the participants improved maybe a half a point. But if you look at their growth in month 12, you'll see that the results were pretty significant. And if you go ahead and look at the 24th month, which is the purple graph, you'll notice that on average, the participants improved their scores overall 1 complete point. And if you look at the physical exam category, you see that on average, the participants significantly improved their scores to over 1 4/10 of a point. And these results, they were statistically significant, meaning that the increase was not likely to have occurred by random chance, but they were in fact significant. And so what this told us was that the PEP program is definitely a worthwhile program that helps physicians to improve their charting scores, or their chart note skills rather. So we're really excited about this program. In fact, we're looking forward to publishing this study later this year in a major research publication. And so lastly, if I can leave you with 2 main points, was that 1, that PEP is an effective form for improving physicians' clinical skill, or improving their chart notes rather. And 2, we're looking ahead to find out if the improved charting skills that we found in the study can actually be sustained when the participants are no longer required to have a practice monitor. So when we do complete the study, I would love to come back and share that research with you as well. So at this time, we'll take any questions that you might have.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Boland. Mr. Pryor, board questions, Dr. Lewis.
Yes, thank you for that enlightening presentation. I actually did not really know the PEP program existed until yesterday, so this was very timely that it was a possibility for some of our doctors to attend. I'm going to ask 3 questions just to get them out, and then you can answer them in whatever order. You said that 91% of the UCSD faculty participate, but I'm wondering, and I'm sure participants come from all over the state. Why is there a lack of more local mentors that understand the fine nuances of maybe a regional, locality that may be different than a UCSD faculty, which is in a university setting? So should I just go on to, you may just answer that?
Yes,
okay.
Yeah, I can help with that. And so the truth is 91% might be slightly misleading. In fact, every new faculty member that we add on to the PACE faculty staff, if they don't work at UCSD, they become UCSD faculty. They have to get a clinical appointment. But the vast majority work at UCSD, and the vast majority of the doctors that we're monitoring are within a 200-mile radius. And so that's, I think, one of the major reasons. But we are growing beyond what we can handle locally, even just within the faculty at UCSD, but also because of, I think, some of the other reasons. It just makes sense to have people in areas closer to where the physicians are practicing. And so we are adding faculty right now who work in the Sacramento area, and we have some that are also in the Bay Area. And so, but of course, as you know, this is a very large state with doctors in corners that are 1,000 miles from us. And so, but those are good points, and we are trying to expand the faculty into more regionally based faculty.
Second question. I see you only have 2 face-to-face interactions twice a year, correct? So I'm a little concerned that it's like 2 actually physical visits to the office and the rest is done by charting or email or I'm not sure what.
Monthly
So is that
phone,
true?
The monthly phone call is the point of interaction
Okay,
for the doctor.
so no thought of like a Skype or something to get a little more interaction with that provider? I'm just
Yeah, I think
throwing
some
out
of the
things.
faculty actually do use Skype when they
Okay,
interact.
it just seems like twice a year, you don't get really a feeling. And leading into that, this seems to be mainly a charting improvement program. Am I correct? Because it leaves out
Sorry.
physical exam skills.
Right. I think that. Sorry if we were misleading with the presentation. So, what we had.
Second time you said that, that's not a good word. Go ahead.
Well, you see, your research was all about charting improvement, but there's other parts to the physician's
the reason that we
skills.
the reason that we did the review with the charts is to determine whether or not these doctors were improving in their skills. And the chart note, as you know, is an easy way to try to start to look at improvement. It's a proxy in our minds. It's not perfect, but doing outcome studies based on the actual improvement to different patient conditions. There are so many variables that can affect that. So this is kind of a low-hanging fruit and a place for us to start. And so what we wanted to do is to see, because so many of these doctors have charting problems, but at the end of the day, we're not concerned primarily with chart reviewing. We're not concerned with their documentation skills. We're concerned with whether or not they're practicing adequately. This is one way that we're looking at evaluating the adequacy of their practices. It's through their charts. And so because this happens to be the bulk of what the program exists and what it's doing, this was the natural place for us to look at. And so what we were doing is checking to see how are these doctors improving their charting over time. And that was really the point of it. But not to take away the point of the physician enhancement program is not to merely be a medical record keeping exercise.
Thank you. Dr. Yip.
I think this program is very timely. A lot of physicians are getting old and the skills. But one thing I can echo, more face-to-face, more important. Nowadays, particularly in primary care, practicing is not just writing chart, also patient skills, examination, listening, talking. I just wonder, in your program, would you have, look at the end product, which is the patient, that you would do phone follow-up with the patient, like 10, 15, 20, talk to the patient actually how your doctor treat you. Do you receive good care from your doctor? Do you get what you want? Those are the patient who we care for. Of course, doctor looking at chart. Nowadays, a lot of doctors spend a lot of time at the end of the day just to do chart. And they're not only themselves, they're MA, they're scriber, they're MP, they're PA. If they're on probation, they may not have PA or NP, but then they may have MA doing scribing and all that. They can make the chart look pretty, and if you only look at the chart, so.
Yeah, there's a lot that we could do potentially, and I think as we continue to evolve, looking at patients and talking to patients has been something that we've talked about, but there's difficulty and there's problems with talking to patients too, because what a patient values in their doctor may not necessarily be what our faculty evaluator may value with that doctor. For instance, their willingness to give opioids that aren't necessary. So the patient might want that, but our faculty may have a different viewpoint on it. But absolutely, there's a lot that we can learn from patients. We work with a program out in Florida called Pulse. They do 360 evaluations, and we do use this for some of our participants in PEP when they have a sufficiently large enough practice that we can do a Pulse evaluation. But Pulse doesn't typically do patient evaluations in their study because it's timely, it's difficult, and also because patients come in there with different agendas for what they want. And so I think in the future, if I could see and envision how PEP might ideally function at some point in the future would be to go in and be watching them on a regular basis performing their job. But there's been I think kind of ironing out the legal issues with being on site and watching someone practice is a thing that we haven't yet tackled. I mean, it's one thing if you're at a solo practitioner's office, it's another thing if you're at a hospital and you have to get privileges to be there. So that's been one of the challenges, I think, and it's been why the focal point has been one in which it's looking at their charts, talking to them about how they're managing that specific patient, how they can manage them better in the past or even in the future, and then talking to them about what their continuing professional development looks like. What kind of CME programs are they doing? Are they relevant to their practice? How can we share with you some articles? And I think that's one of the benefits of having doctors at UCSD who are, in academia to help these doctors improve their skills.
Okay, Dr. Hawkins, Dr. Bishop, and then Dr. Bolat.
So just briefly, so thanks for the presentation. I'm interested in PACE, and one thing very often we're disciplining physicians, and sometimes physicians are prohibited from practicing until they go through PACE and are assessed. So one thing I hope is that consumers will take the opportunity to ask these individuals about PACE and hopefully feel more comfortable about what we're doing in protecting them from physicians who may not be, we want to make sure are competent to practice. PACE $15,000 to $20,000. Physicians complain about not being able to afford PACE, and they feel like they're double jeopardy. Is there any opportunity to help physicians? Is there a payment plan, simplicity? How does that part work? And I see PEP and legibility. This is, which did not change significantly. And there are challenges about, and it was mentioned a little while ago that, increasingly we have to spend more time with documentation. And legibility has to do with writing, I'm sure, not the EHR systems where you're pointing and clicking and typing. And so these all take time. How do you, I was just curious, how this legibility is not changing, but you have these huge changes at 24 months and other things. How do you assess that?
You want to tackle the legibility?
Tackle legibility. What we find is that legibility was poor to begin with, and over time, it just never improved. And I mean, that's just...
People's handwriting is not going to change significantly by the time they're in their mid-50s, and it didn't change. So if they had good legibility, it didn't change. If it was bad, it didn't really change. But most doctors are now using EHR, so it's not, I think, a major hurdle for most of these doctors.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you can get the information other ways.
But back to your first question about the price, we are very sensitive to this, and unfortunately, it's a very complicated process, and it does cost a lot of money for us to run. And in terms of, we try to minimize the cost, and that's why the new process, we only look for the tools that we need to evaluate them, and if we don't need them, they're not included, and that's why the price will vary. So we pick and choose what will be part of their evaluations, and that's what sets the prices for these doctors. In terms of payment plans, they're required to pay for the evaluation prior to coming, but if there's, we've seen in the past where the board can give them some flexibility because of the time frame in which they're required to complete the program is usually outlined in the decision, and it's pretty rigid. But there's, if the board's allowing them to, get an extra month or two to put the funds together, we don't have a problem with that, and we'll work towards doing what we can on that side of things. But unfortunately, we don't have the ability to do discounted pricing or payment plans because when the program first existed, we decided to try to do that and be a bank for people. But what happened is that in almost every instance, we were, chasing people down with credit collectors, and we never got repaid. So unfortunately, that's kind of how it goes.
Dr. Bishop.
Yeah, it was clear to me that the study you did was just on charting. However, I just wanted to be clear in my head that when you do this practice monitoring, because the most important thing is obviously is the physician using proper diagnostic skills, proper movement from diagnosis to treatment, follow-up, are they ordering the proper things? As you do your chart reviews, are you spending just as much time on seeing, besides if you can read it and follow it, that the thought processes, the medical care is appropriate? Because that's really the key. My impression of practice monitoring, when we send people out for that, is the practice monitor reviewing the charts for those issues. Just want to make sure that that was your focus rather than just
Absolutely.
other things.
So this was that study was taken.
I understand.
No, yeah, but those are just the number part of it. And to be honest, when we're looking at their performance and what our monitors write up, that's not what's important to us. This was just a way for us to look at what was happening. But the purpose of the phone call is to say, okay, I've looked at your charts. I want you to review them as well, and we're going to talk about what you're doing with these patients and how you're managing them, and why did you order this then? Why did you do that then? And then they put together. So the goal there is to try to get the clinical judgment and reasoning of these physicians and why they're managing the patients the way they're doing. That's the goal of PEP.
very reassuring, thank you.
Okay, good.
Dr. Bollard and then Dr. Cross.
Thank you very much for excellent presentation. And I'm going to ask a few questions that you're not going to have the answer perhaps because it's going to have to do with data, but would like to be able to see some of this breakdown. 45% of the physicians that you show are not board certified. You gave us information that 26% of the pie graph were other specialties. And understanding who those other specialties are, I think, is important. Also, what percent, or breaking it down by HIPSAs and MUAs, I think is important. Health professional shortage areas, medically underserved areas. Who are these doctors? And the other is, I think it's important to look at race and ethnicity as well. And I would like to be able to speak to that data. And finally, the other is the percent, we talked about legibility. What percent of those doctors that are practicing are using electronic health records? So those are kind of the descriptive data sets.
Let me first go on some of the data points that you mentioned, and I don't have the hard data, but I'm pretty familiar with it, so I can give you good estimates. The doctors who are board certified, this is pretty much in line with the doctors who come to the PACE program in general. I don't think it's going to be much of a surprise to you that the doctors who come to PACE typically are male, typically are at the later point in their career, typically are working in underserved communities, typically are solo practitioners. So all of the kind of factors that you might expect to have a higher risk of disciplinary action, that's kind of who we're seeing. And so the majority, and I'd say towards the 26%, the reason it was just going to make a bar graph, or a pie chart that'd be hard to read. But, Nate, I'm guessing it's a smattering of medical specialists as well as surgeons. And then we have a fair amount of doctors who just do like medical marijuana, for instance. And so alternative medicine, and it really could be everywhere.
Right, and I think that everywhere is an important point. Thank you. And the other is I would like to see your graph change GP, separate that from family medicine.
Yeah.
And we ask for this all the time, simply because these are different, one's a specialty, one's someone who had maybe a year of training, maybe pyramided out of a surgery program and has had 1 year of surgical training.
Absolutely.
The other, I think my colleague mentioned, is patient satisfaction. If we are not getting the patient at the center and we're not asking the patient, I'm talking about Press Ganey, all kinds of very simple, although challenging ways of getting the patient at the center. If we're not doing that, because the things that happen, as you know, have to do with communication. And the ability to communicate effectively, efficiently, empathetically to the patients is important. And I think the final is just as another piece would be how much time is being spent on average on the phone call. Do you have that data?
It varies, 15, 20 minutes or so on average, maybe half an hour at the most.
Okay, because we understand this because as panel members, panel A and panel B, we're looking towards programs such as yours, and yours is clearly utilized by our board to really get a deep dive and a deep assessment of these physicians, because clinical competency and caring for the public and having patient safety at the heart of everything we do, I think it's going to be very important to get the patient's perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Cross.
Thank you. I would like to put a word in behalf of those few remaining competent aging physicians who are reluctantly becoming coerced to use the EHR, and to have you acknowledge that non-MD millennials have actually lost the ability to read or write in cursive.
Noted.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Cross. You guys, that's your end of the presentation, is it?
For us.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from board? If not, I'll have public comment. Genevieve.
Actually, a lot of my question got answered. I was very interested in the ethnicity and gender and so on. You know, by the way, in California, we did pass a law a couple of years ago that illegible writing was a violation, and physician can be cited for that. So maybe we should implement that. You know.
Oh, 90% of the doctors fall into that. Thank you.
But I had one more
At least 90% of the surgeons, I can say. I don't know about the doctors.
Yeah, I'm also concerned about the criteria of judging by the charting. I think it has very little to do with the quality of care, because there was a couple of studies done about nurses showing that nurses with a BSN, did better care and did better charting. But when we really access the care, that was not so. They chart better because they're more educated in that program, because they're being trained. Yes, they will chart better, but I don't know how that will affect the quality of the care delivered.
Thank you. Any other comments from the audience? Any comments on the phone?
We do have a question from the line of Dr. Lang. Please go ahead.
Dr. Lang, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I'd like to start by thanking you for that very informative summarization of what is going on with the PACE program. I'd sort of like to piggyback on what Dr. Hawkins asked and make a suggestion for consideration. You indicated that you ended up basically not getting paid for the detailed work that you're doing when you attempted to make payment plans. In light of the fact that if PACE is required for a physician to get back into practice and they have to delay by a month or 2 months or however long in order to get the funding to be able to go through the PACE program, if they're not practicing, how are they supposed to be coming up with this other $15,000 to $20,000? And if that is something that would impede a physician from being adequately rehabilitated to be able to get back out and practice and continue taking care of patients, especially given that your records show that it's predominantly the solo practitioners in underserved areas being impacted by this, I think it behooves us to try to find a way to allow physicians to be able to take the PACE program and tie their payment to the medical board releasing their license. They will, I'm certain that if they're allowed to go ahead and take the PACE program and have their payment tied to that, that allows them to get back into the office, start practicing again, begin regenerating income, and then be in a position to pay for the services you've rendered. And if they know that that's proving to the medical board that they have in fact paid their respective balances program, that would be, I'm certain, adequate incentive to most people to make certain that their bill to you does get paid and you don't have to chase them, because the medical board will be saying, before we can release your license, you've got to completely, I don't mean totally, but because this is a step in allowing them to come back into practice once they have been suspended from practicing. That would allow them a realistic way to get the funding and get back into practice. But if you're telling someone that's already spent $50,000 or $70,000 for a lawyer to get to the point of being told PACE is one of the things you need, now come up with another 15 to 20, and they may have already taken out as much of a loan as they could just to get legal representation, you really make it very difficult. And I think the goal is for us to get physicians, if the assessment of the board is that PACE would be something that would help that physician return to practice, then our goal should be able to find out how can we make that possible, as opposed to allowing a significant figure, $15,000 to $20,000, for a person that's not working at the moment, and in the way of that.
Thank you, Dr. Lang. Your point is well noted. Our staff will look in any possibility. Now, any other comments on the phone?
Any other comments on the phone?
There are no further comments at this time.
Thank you. Now we are moving to agenda item 19, presentation on aging physician by Dr. Bazo. Dr. Bazo is a clinical professor of family medicine at the UCSD School of Medicine. He is board certified in family medicine and has a certificate of added qualification in sports medicine. He's the Director of Fitness for Duty program for UCSD PACE program, as well as course director for a number of their educational offerings. Dr. Bazzo has an active practice in family and sports medicine in addition to his teaching and administrative roles. He is co-director of the primary care core clerkship for third-year medical students, in addition to his clinical teaching roles for all the medical students, family medicine residents, and sports medicine fellows. He has an active interest in physician assessment and meaningful education at all levels of medicine, medical school through active practice. He has lectured nationally and internationally on a number of topics, including sports medicine, osteoarthritis, headache, neurological issues, communications, pain management, and physician assessment. Dr. Bazzo is a past president of the San Diego Academy of Family Physicians and currently serves on the board of directors of the San Diego County Medical Society as secretary and the California Academy of Family Physicians as treasurer. He is the immediate past chair of the California Academy of Family Physicians Committee on Continuing Professional Development and the American Academy of Family Physicians Subcommittee on Assembly of Scientific Programs. Dr. Bazzo.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to talk about this important subject and do recognize the sensitivity of this subject and the controversy that is surrounding, and I hope to address those issues. One thing I also have to apologize for is I had it says Children's Hospital of Orange County Medical Executive Committee Retreat April 22, 2007, as opposed to Medical Board of California presentation. But I will tell you that this is an extremely hot topic, and I have given a presentation on aging physician 5 times in the last 2 weeks. And this includes going to other parts of the country to do this. So very timely and important topic. I have no disclosures. And the first thing that to look at, I think, when any aging physician presentation is what is the scope of the problem. And you may have seen this data before. It's from the AMA master file. There's one area that I did add in, and that's I tried to get the most current data to this period of time, and that's the 2014 double asterisk FSMB data that was published. And you can see that there's about 916,000 active physicians in practice right now. The mean age is 52, which was alluded to earlier. It's 55 for men, 47 for women, as we see more females in medical school there earlier on in their career and moving up. And the thing to note is just the trend of aging physicians. Just like baby boomers are aging, and that is the fastest growing portion of our population, physicians are not exempt from that. Now, with any aging physician presentation, I do want to be sensitive to the fact that age is but one factor that may impact a person's ability to practice. As previously documented in a number of articles, and some of the data actually from previous NBC articles, that there are many other factors that impact a person's ability to practice safely. And you can see those listed there, from solo practice, lack of ABMS specialty, out of scope of practice, learning new procedures, and then the health and physical issues. And so again, I want to be sensitive that age is but one aspect that we're going to focus on here. With regards to the physician's professional responsibility to society and our social contract with society, as a profession, it is important for us to be able to monitor our colleagues, our fellow physicians, and the Medical Board of California understands that by having both public members as well as physician members. And I think that the responsibility as a professional is to make sure that we're doing a good job at looking at our fellow comrades and colleagues. The issue is this, though. This was an article from Dr. Campbell from 2007, and what you can see here is that 96% of physicians that were surveyed said that impaired or incompetent physicians should be reported. However, only 45% reported that they had encountered such colleagues and failed to report. Okay, so there's a big disconnect there that I think is important to understand, that while we agree that impaired and incompetent colleagues need to be reported and evaluated, when it comes to actually doing it, I think we fall a little bit short. And there are numerous reasons for this. It's very difficult to do, to approach a colleague and say, hey, I think things aren't going as well as they should, or actually going through the process of doing a peer review and evaluation. Very important, but again, it puts a person in an uncomfortable type of situation. When we look at the normal aging process, unfortunately, physicians are not exempt from that. And what we see here is the typical things that can happen as part of anyone aging. The problem is this: when you look at the first two items listed there, the atrophy of the brain and decline in the number of brain neurons, when we talk about physicians of any specialty, really our most important tool is our brain. Okay, that's what we use to do our medical decision making, to talk to patients, to determine what physical exam, what tests need to be done. Our brain controls our hands if we're proceduralists and doing things. And so if the brain is not functioning properly, then that becomes a big issue. And the reason I am focusing particularly on that as opposed to those other changes, which are important, is that in our evaluation and some data that I'm going to show you in just a moment, it's really the cognitive issue that becomes forefront in a person's ability or disability, I guess, to practice. But certainly when you talk about hand-eye coordination, dexterity, speed, for anyone that's doing procedures, of course, that is an extremely important predictor. When we look at diseases that are particularly associated with aging, you see that, the ones that are listed there are certainly things that could impact a person's ability to safely practice. So you have the normal aging process. Then as you age, you're at higher risk for developing certain diseases that can impact. And therefore, as time goes on, age does become a factor in our ability to practice. And looking at the general population with regards to cognitive impairment, it's estimated that about 10% of people over the age of 65 suffer from mild cognitive impairment, and of that group, about 5 to 10% will develop a full-blown dementia, Alzheimer's type dementia, or another type of dementia. And even when we talk about everyone, if you take the group of doctors over 65 and you take, compare it to the general population, while mild cognitive impairment can impact our abilities in daily life, I think that we need to hold physicians to a slightly higher standard because of the complexity and the patient safety and care that we hold there. So while it might be okay to have a mild cognitive impairment in everyday life and balancing checkbooks or whatever the case may be, when it comes to the practice of medicine, we need to really closely look at that. Now, this is an article that my colleagues and I published in the Journal of Medical Regulation, and what it really does is summarize a conference that was held in 2011 in San Diego by the Coalition for Physician Enhancement. The Coalition for Physician Enhancement, also called CPE, is a group that is comprised of individuals and particularly programs in the United States and Canada that do high-stakes competency assessment. So PACE is one of the member organizations. The other assessment programs within the country are members, as well as many of the provinces in Canada. And we held a CPE meeting specifically on the issue of the aging physician. During that meeting, it was attended by well over 100 people, and we had experts in medical competency assessment, and we also had members who are involved with regulating physicians. We had some members from medical boards. We actually had some deputy attorney generals. We had attorneys that were defense attorneys for physicians. We had administrative law judges. And so it was really a nice mix of people that are looking at physicians' abilities attend this conference. We presented what we thought was a pretty good compilation of the world's data at that point on assessing aging physicians. And then we started doing some polls. And we said, well, what would a screen look like if we were to develop one to assess aging doctors. And that really was the basis that informed the current screening program that PACE uses. We do have to remember that age, again, is but one factor, and I'm saying that over and over because I want to emphasize that, but it is a factor, okay? And we know that human beings are very, very heterogeneous. We know that people age differently. We know that, you know, a 80-year-old could be doing really well and just on top of their game, and we know there's 50-year-olds who aren't doing so well. And so again, I just wanted us to keep that perspective in mind. When we look at unintended consequences of age-based screening, as we are all aware, nationally there is a deficit of physicians, particularly in underserved and rural areas. And what we don't want to do is get to the point of requiring mandatory retirement. I am absolutely against that because we need the doctors that we have, and we certainly don't want to push anyone out early that is contributing and really can deliver the public good that we do. So these things that you see listed here are the unintended consequences of that. Now, the 2 points at the bottom I do want to just take a second to focus on, and that's the issue of age discrimination and the Age Discrimination in Employment Act. Now, I think as many of you might be aware, there are certain people who work with the public and work where public safety is an issue that do have mandatory retirement. We talk about airline pilots being sort of one of the main areas, FBI agents, police officers, even people who operate lighthouses have a mandatory retirement age. I am not proposing that, but the reason those went into place is because their performance could be affected because of their age. And this has just become the culture for them. Now, again, I'm not proposing that we have anything close to mandatory retirement for physicians, but with regards to aging physicians, wouldn't it be nice for us to have some data as we are aging, just as kind of a little check-in to say, hey, your health and your cognition is doing good, you know, keep up the great work. And if we do find an issue, maybe we can explore that a little bit early on so that a career does not end in tragedy. And, you know, being at the PACE program, and you saw that we have done over 1,750 evaluations, the thing that really bothers us a lot is when a physician, a senior physician, comes to us for assessment, has had just the most incredible 40-year career, and it ends, you know, with a bad outcome on a patient. It ends in tragedy for both the patient and for the physician. And that's really not a good way to go out. And, you know, you talk to these people and you say, boy, you know, they say to you, boy, I really wish that I just had some information or I stopped right before that one last case. And so this is perhaps a way to get some data to help inform their decisions on career transitions. The C3PH, which is referenced on this slide here, the California Public Protection and Physician Health Program, is engaged in this process. They put together a committee and have published a white paper on the issue of the aging physician, which is an excellent document. If you haven't had a chance to see it, I would recommend that you look at it. It goes through and it highlights the issues, and it gives reference to the current data that's available. And it looks at the legal aspects with regards to age discrimination. And then finally, in the appendices, if hospitals are interested in moving forward with a policy or large medical groups, it does give a sample policy on how to approach this issue. Nationally, this has been getting a fair amount of press, and the American Medical Association, as the major organization that represents physicians in the U.S., is also actively involved in this process. In 2014, the senior physician section brought a resolution to the AMA House of Delegates stating that we need to look at this. It was passed. A report was generated that year, and in 2015, the report was delivered to the House of Delegates, which, as you see there, it really prompted physicians to look at this issue and to try to develop some guidelines and some standards for monitoring physicians as they get older. And I wanted to just talk about our neighbors north, the Canadians, and in particular Quebec and Ontario, because this is where some of the data comes to make an argument for an age cutoff to begin screening. The Quebec data was interesting. This is from 2001 to 2010, and just last week I was at a conference where they, Quebec folks gave their data from 2006 to 2016, and it actually looked very similar. There was just more numbers. But what they found, because in Canada they do routine evaluation of all physicians, and that can be as little as just doing a survey, but periodically, and the typical time frame is about every 5 years, physicians get some type of evaluation that then goes through their colleges, which are the equivalent of our medical boards, and if there are some risk factors, then people go to a higher level of assessment. Well, what they did is they looked at 1,618 physicians, and they looked at the evaluations, and they gave them a category of assessment from level 0, which meant that they were doing very well, all the way to level 4, which meant that they need to really consider canceling their license because of safety issues. And what they found is that physicians who were over 70 had about a 3 times higher rate of those higher levels, the level 4 findings, than doctors that were under 70. And I will tell you, these are not my words, but last week the folks from Quebec stated that it looks like 70 is almost like falling off the cliff a little bit. And again, those are not my words. Those are words that were from the people that are actually looking at this topic. The folks in Ontario did a similar thing. They looked at a little bit different age group, but there's something about the 70 to 75 age group where risk really seems to get higher. Okay, so let's look at some proposed models for potentially screening physicians, and this is where it's important for us to take a step back and really understand a screening test versus a diagnostic test. And this is a real critical piece of information to grasp here. When we're talking about a screening test, we are talking about a test for everybody. Okay, let's take colon cancer for example. Some studies, initial studies, have determined that once someone gets over the age of 50, they should have some type of colon cancer screening. Why? Because the risk of colon cancer is higher at that point. Now, this screening test doesn't necessarily diagnose colon cancer, but if you get a screening test that's positive, it says, let's go on to a diagnostic test so we can really figure out what's going on here. And the same principles apply here. When you do screening testing, you actually expect to get some false positives, because if you don't, then that means you may not be casting a wide enough net to catch those potential people with real disease and real problems. Now, screening tests in general should be a little bit easier to perform, should be a little less complicated, should be less expensive, and these premises actually apply to screening of the aging physician. What you see here is examples of some programs and hospitals and medical groups who have instituted aging physician policies already. You will see that there's age 70 months in healthcare starts at age 65, and they do a one-time screen and then do a screen at age 70 at reappointment. The bottom one I put in there, Sharpery-Steely, I have their permission to share this, but they have contracted with the PACE program to do their aging physician screen, and they've actually chosen to do it yearly at age 70. Now, there is no article or data that I can point you to that says what is the national trend and how many people are actually doing this, but anecdotally, I will tell you that about 5 to 10% of institutions already have an aging physician policy in place. But if you look on the right side of that chart there and look at what the assessment consists of, you will see things all over the board. You will see just a history, maybe a cognitive screen, all the way to more formalized programs. And the reason is because this is brand new, and people are at the point of trying to take the available data that we have and extrapolate it to figure out what areas do we actually need to look at. So a screening battery in our estimate should include a cognitive screen. The intake form you've already heard about, which is a sort of a demographics form that looks at how many patients a physician might see in a day, what is their office staff like, what kind of CME are they getting, and really look at demographic issues surrounding that physician. The history and physical is really a very comprehensive health screen, looking at not only physical issues, but substance abuse and mental health screening, in addition to two of our senses that are very important, vision and hearing. And then I'll talk about the quality data at the bottom, but these, if you have access to that information, so for example, if someone is part of a hospital medical staff that is doing OPPE or FPPE, and you can get that data, that might be helpful to your assessment. But beyond that, some of the things that you might want to do for someone who is a proceduralist, whether it's a surgeon or a gastroenterologist or someone who does procedures, you might want to look at their fine motor skills and dexterity, and the use of simulators, pegboard testing, or even a suture board are proxies at ways at looking at fine motor skills. But as I mentioned earlier, we really so far we have seen that the cognitive issues have been the one that surfaced that might pose the most problems. And there's two cognitive screens that we have utilized. One is called the MicroCog, and the other is called the MoCA. The MicroCog is a test that is computer-based. It's on a laptop, and but you don't need to know how to use a computer, because you're actually just pushing some keystrokes on there, and then in some cases you might utilize a mouse. But what it is it takes about an hour long, and it's a basically a neuropsychological screen. The test was originally developed for physicians by Harvard. It was then sold to Pearson, who is an educational company that delivers these kinds of psychological and psychometric testing, and is now normed against education levels. Okay, so that's important when we look at this data. The MicroCog, when you deliver that test, you get a report that looks like this, and it looks at two separate categories. It looks at it looks at our participants based on their age and compares them to age-matched means. And just as an example, this is a 76-year-old physician who came for testing, and if you look at the percentile column and the qualitative descriptive with regards to this, from a cognitive screening standpoint, compared to age-matched means, they're doing pretty well. They're doing average to above average. But the question then rises, is that enough for physicians? Is it okay for a 75-year-old physician to be compared against other 75-year-old physicians, or should they be compared against physician group as a whole? Now, if the other thing I just want to point out is the education level that Pearson uses is anyone who has completed high school or above. So it's kind of a lower mean. It doesn't look at just physicians. Now, here's our same participant when they're compared against the entire the cohort of participants that were sort of across the board. And when they say across the board, when you look at averages, it's generally the people in about the 30 to 45-year-old age group in general. But when you look at at this individual scores compared to the larger cohort, what you see is that the scores really drop. Okay, and a person's cognitive skills may not be up to snuff with regards to doing the job that they need to do. The MoCA test is another cognitive screen. It's much easier to deliver. It's a pencil and paper type of test. It takes about 10 minutes to do. This is an example of the MoCA. It's freely available online. You can, there's 3 versions that are in English. And to pass the MoCA screen, you need to score 26 or above out of this 30-point possible test. Now, this test was originally developed in Canada and is for the general population. And so when you use a test like that and you try to compare it to a physician and the things that a physician does, some people argue that maybe getting a 26 on the MoCA, which is the lowest passing score, may not be enough for a doctor. And I'll tell you that the Washington State Physician Health Program They do not have access to the microcog, so they actually use the MOCA for the participants that enter into that program. And what they have arbitrarily done is said that their passing score is 27 for doctors as opposed to 26. And again, there's no data to back that up. They just feel that physicians who are practicing should be held to a slightly higher cognitive standard. I do want to make one more point about the microcog because when you look at assessment programs in the United States, the majority of them do utilize the microcog as their screening tool for physicians that come for competency assessment. So there are articles published that are out there from competency assessment programs that have looked at the microcog. And you might say, well, why isn't everyone using the microcog then if it seems to be maybe a better screening tool? The problem is that Pearson has not updated the software for delivery of the microcog, and you must have a laptop that runs Windows XP in order to run the microcog. So we have about 5 of those at the PACE program. No one gets to touch them. They're locked up, and they're only used for delivering the microcog, because once they go away, then the ability to use this screen goes away. Now, when we first introduced this, we said, well, we better, instead of just saying, hey, here, this looks like a good idea, let's do it, we said, let's do a pilot study. So we asked for 30 volunteers. We advertised in the San Diego County Medical Society, and we said, hey, physicians, come and get screened. We'll give you $400 to spend a half a day with us. And we got our 30 participants, which was the number that we wanted to get for our pilot study. And you can see the age breakdown was we had 5 in the 50 to 59 age group, 9 in the 60 to 69, and 16 in the 70 plus. We did have 5, 10, and 15, but the person was 69. He signed up, but then when he came for his testing, he had a birthday and turned 70. So he got moved into the other group. And the other thing to notice about this is there was a pretty good mix of physicians who were retired already from practice and physicians who were practicing. What we found is from a health screening standpoint, all of them were fine. But from a cognitive standpoint, and we based this on initially the microcog, we found that 7 of them had concerning scores on their cognitive screen out of the 30, and then one of the participants had potentially concerning scores, was really right on the borderline. Now, when you look at those 8, at those participants again, and you use the MOCA screen, we find that only 1 participant out of the 30 was picked up by the MOCA from a cognitive assessment standpoint. So I think this shows that the tool that was developed for the general population and has a cut point of 26 may not be as sensitive as we would like a screening tool to be in picking up cognitive deficits in physicians. Okay? Now, of those 8 participants that sort of fell out and had some issue on the microcog, you can see here that 6 of them were actually still practicing, and only 2 of them are retired. And then when we look at the age breakdown, you see something that has been described before. The majority of people are in the over 70 age group, but there were some smatterings of folks in the younger age group as well. Okay? So kind of some interesting findings. We then went on and asked the participants, what did you think of this process? And it was an open-ended question. They gave the responses. I interviewed all 30 of them, and this is what they said. The majority of them really thought it was a reasonable process. It wasn't overly burdensome, and I won't go through each of those things there, but you can see that in general, there was some fairly positive feedback, although I do have concern about the one person who thought the microcog was fun. Maybe that's a risk factor, I don't know, but that was kind of interesting. These were the negative comments that we received, and again, some physicians did have some difficulty in maneuvering the computer. Some people were worried about the cost. Some people were worried about the additional hurdles that might be placed in front of a physician with regards to continuing practice. So I wanted to then go on and tell you, after doing this pilot study, PACE, folks knew that PACE were doing an aging physician screen, and we've had a number of organizations sign up with us to do their aging physician screens per their policy. And to date, we've had 27 evaluations. The first ones were done in 2014, and that's why you see that there were 6 participants who've already had 2 evaluations, because with those early groups that signed on, these organizations said the screening would be done at reappointment, which is every 2 years, and so we've had 6 of the participants that have been back twice. We've had 4 of the 27 female, but again, one of those, it's actually 3. One of them have come back twice. And, you know, I really don't want to make any commentary on why we're seeing less females than males that are practicing later. I leave that open to you for interpretation, but you also have to understand these are small numbers that we're at. And on average, women, as I showed in the early slides, are younger than men currently. The oldest was 69, the youngest was 69, the oldest was 76, with the average age of 72. These were the specialties that were evaluated to date. You will see that there's a preponderance of pediatricians, and for whatever reason, the pediatric groups were early adopters of aging physician policy. And again, we did not impose that on them. It was self-imposed, and these were the groups that came on. So you see, we have evaluated mostly pediatricians. Because these folks came from either hospitals or from large medical groups, the majority of them were board certified. Only one was not board certified, and that was the doctor who was practicing urgent care. Now, here's what we found. Of those folks that came, we had 7 screens, so this is our microcog and MoCA combined. We had 7 screens that showed some concern. Now, again, a screen does not make diagnosis, so the recommendation, because it was a cognitive issue, is to go on to full neuropsychological testing, which, as I think many of you know, takes about 6 to 8 hours in a day to complete. Now, of the 7, 4 of our participants had already gotten their full neuropsychological evaluations. 3 of them are still pending and haven't gotten their neuropsych evaluations yet. But of the 4 that had gone on, 3 of them were found fit and 1 was found unfit, and that was the 76-year-old orthopedic surgeon who was not found fit based on the neurocognitive screen on the formal testing. The other 3 I can't tell you because we don't have data on them yet. So, you know, when you go back and you look at the 27 evaluations that have been done, 1 person fell out from that. And I think the commentary I'd like to make on that is perhaps we're okay at determining when it's time for us to quit and stop. But I also see here that some of us don't have that realization when our skills and perhaps our most important tool, our brain, our cognitive skills, have declined to the point that it might impact patient safety. And I think data will support that. First, you look at CME data on physicians that doctors a lot of time don't really know what it is they need to learn. And that's, again, from CME data that's been published. And then the other thing is people who have a cognitive impairment actually lose the ability for self-assessment. So as you are declining, your ability to understand that you're declining kind of goes away. So screening locations, you know, some people say we want to do this locally. Some people say it might be better to have a regional center, perhaps a national center. These are some of the pros and cons that are involved with that. Having locally is a little easier. You know, the physician doesn't have to travel as far. Again, our evaluations take about 3 hours, so we figure about a half a day. But if someone has to travel from somewhere far, then you're talking extra time away, right? One point I do want to make, who does the screen? Okay? What we really strongly believe is that it should not be the personal physician of that doctor that does the screen. A couple of reasons. Bias, and it really disrupts that doctor-patient relationship. As someone's doctor, I need to be their advocate and make them do the best possible way. And if I need to tell someone that something's not so good and you can't practice anymore, that is a real impediment, I think. So that's why we are really in favor of having an objective party be the person who does the actual screen of these physicians. Accommodations can be made even though you find deficits. You know, typically we think of a pediatric cardiologist who has a hearing deficit, for example. Well, we now have electronic acoustic stethoscopes that gets rid of that problem. Or what if you have a surgeon who's practicing and maybe they can't be the primary surgeon, but they're in an area that needs some help and they can do first assisting and be not the primary person, but still has the capacity to do that. These are only a few of the criticisms that you might anticipate when talking about this controversial topic, but it is controversial, and I think we need to have the discussion. We need to focus on it. Again, the AMA has made this a bit of a priority for them, and I think rightfully so, because if we don't do something about it, then perhaps someone else will, and I think we want to maintain our self-direction. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Bazab. Just UCSD, I just would have want to ask you, what are you doing with the clinically practicing physicians and also physicians who teach only but not practice at the university?
Yes, excellent question. UCSD currently does not have an aging physician policy, although it is in development. In fact, it started out at our credentials committee. They're the group that's working on it. It's then going to go up to MEC. This is something they've been wanting to talk about for a long time, but as you might know, we've had a new hospital that just opened up, and many of the activities and efforts were focused on getting the new hospital up and running, and now that it is, we can focus on other things. So right now there is not a policy. It is typically what happens at other institutions. If there is an incident that occurs or a concern that comes up, that is actually what triggers the process from starting, whether it be an evaluation or whatever is needed at that point. So it's really incident driven at this point.
That's usually in many medical staffs too. That's why you did mention that OPPE and FPPE, which is a requirement by CMS now.
Yes.
So a physician practicing in a hospital has to go through all that. So if that is so, what does this add? Because you showed the difference between different ages, but still there is no statistics to compare that it is so significant that you have to mandate something. That's why I understand this. Some large groups do this because large groups are not any different than United Airlines. The pilots have a great retirement plan. By 65 are the police. In my town of Redlands, police retire at 55 with full benefits. So I'm just pointing out what you pointed out.
Absolutely.
So and the teaching and the university faculty, you got these brilliant professors who are 65 and older. They are the ones who are getting grants. So why aren't we testing them either? So
the excellent points, Dr. Nanadev, that the OPPE is something that's ongoing and does give some data. The FPPE means something has come up and it needs to be a little more focused because there's a higher level. What I think, if you look at the greater picture of this, what is really being looked at is why don't we give physicians some data that they can use on themselves to make some decisions about how their career progresses before something happens. So again, we're not talking about mandatory retirement. We're talking about the doctors coming, getting health screening, getting cognitive screening, and saying, hey, you're doing a good job. In fact, our participants that have come, we're really thankful as getting like a little seal of approval that from a health standpoint, from a cognitive standpoint, they're doing well, and they actually gain confidence in their ability to go on. Again, I don't have the exact numbers, but we know that there is about 30% of physicians that don't have personal doctors. Okay? It's much higher than compared to the general population. So we're not doing that great of a job in our own health at this point, and I think data points it out. So this is just one way to give some data to a doctor to make an informed decision and not wait for that tragedy to happen, I think.
I just, before I go, I just wanted to hear from the educational perspective. Do you have any thought process on the educators, not just the clinically practicing people?
Excellent point again as well. There has not been discussion about educators, because what typically happens with some doctors that can no longer do clinical practice is they sometimes move into teaching roles, but there has not been any talk nationally or locally about looking at educators. And I think the issue is that, doctors who are doing clinical work have patient safety responsibilities.
Dr. Cross.
Thank you very much. Physicians value practicing what's called evidence-based medicine. All too often in our legislative and regulatory processes, it's not evidence-based.
Yes.
Do we at this stage have enough evidence that there is value in cognitive screening that should encourage us to proceed to our legislators and regulators to seek requirements for cognitive screening of physicians in this state?
I think when you look at the evidence, you do have to look at places outside of the United States. So, for example, Canada, who is collecting this data and actually publishing some of it that shows that age is a risk factor from difficulty in practice. Now, whether it's all cognitive or some other issue, that's, I think, still at risk. And I think you need to look at processes for recommendations kind of in the history of medicine. When we start and the lowest level of evidence is expert opinion based on what's going on. Now, some people give that a low category, but it is still considered in that taxonomy of level of evidence. And I think we are in that sort of expert opinion phase while we are gathering data like we're trying to do with the PACE program to really understand whether this is a good process or not. And I think you can look at examples throughout history of both the good and the bad of expert opinion. Look at hormone replacement therapy, where it was recommended for everyone, and now it's like, well, wait a minute, maybe it's not such a great thing after all. And we might be in that particular situation, but we see a problem. It's been defined, in other countries, and now just anecdotally looking at our own, that age is a factor. Again, not the only factor, but a factor that we can kind of hold on to. And in this expert opinion point of time that we're in, we do need to move forward to gather more data to better inform us. But unless we do something, we won't be able to gather that data.
I appreciate hearing that. And what I would take from it is that as we have already, the medical board must look at cognitive assets and deficits in individual physicians who have cases that come before the board. And the medical board should support ongoing research, but we're not yet ready for prime time in terms of approaching our legislature to deal with the issue.
Yeah, I think that I would, again, be a fan of not legislating anything around this at this point in time. But, locally, what's happened at hospitals and large medical staffs or large medical groups is that they have seen the issue and they have decided that we need to proceed. And I think that's reasonable.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the board?
Dr. G? Sorry.
Yeah, Dr. Bollard.
Just quickly, I want to just go back on this. This is, maybe a really good opportunity for the different societies to consider and someone putting together a study, because I think those, there's a couple of things that go on, and we see it. I know everybody up here has seen it in their various professions. We note that there's something with a colleague. We don't want to talk to that colleague about it, and that happens again, any profession. And the ability for people to voluntarily look and participate in a research on this, I think, is going to be important, because as Dr. Krause said, we don't want to, and you said, we don't want to legislate anything, but we need to get data for for California before we would move forward. But I think it's absolutely terrific work you're doing. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And our pilot study was self-funded. We just decided that part of our budget needed to go and at least get a start on this. But, looking at the broader picture and trying to obtain grants and nationally, I think as the discussion continues, monies for those programs will hopefully become available so that we can get a better evidence base for this.
Dr. Hawkins.
Just to briefly emphasize Dr. Krause's point that when physicians come to us for evaluation, we regularly If there's a question of competence, we get an assessment.
Yeah, and again, that's, when they come to you, it's for cause. Something has happened, and that's really a big discriminating difference that, there's for cause and then there's screening, which really need to be separated, because if someone has a health issue or an age issue and something's happened, they don't go through our physician screen. They go through our Fitness for Duty program, which is the diagnostic tool for looking at that.
Any audience, comments from the audience? Any comments on the phone?
We do have one on the phone, one from Eric Andrus. Please go ahead, your line is open.
I'm going to speak quickly before my call is banned again. It's interesting and encouraging that PACE feels it's necessary to have an unbiased party do their screenings, but the medical board feels it's appropriate for doctors to pass judgment on other doctors, and a single doctor expert to decide whether a consumer's complaint is worth investigation. When the board closes a consumer's complaint, they have no recourse to question if that so-called expert was being unbiased at all, or even qualified to be rendering such a decision. Again, no board should be governed by the very people that the board is meant to protect the public from. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments?
There is no more.
Thank you, Thank you, Dr. Basu.
Thank you.
We'll go to item number 20, update, discussion, and possible action and recommendation from the licensing committee. Dr. Kraus.
Thank you, Dr. Gnanadev. Ms. Alameda, so that you can be a target, can you come forward to the staff table? And I'd like to welcome and applaud Ms. Alameda, who has stepped into Kurt Worden's shoes that would be difficult for an army to fill. And thank you for heading up licensing committee. Ms. Alameda, at our licensing committee meeting, provided an update regarding amendments to physician postgraduate training requirements. In response to issues raised in the board's Sunset Review Report, on April 4th, 2017, proposed statutory language was provided to the Senate Committees on Business and Professions and Economic Development to change California postgraduate training requirements from 1 or 2 years to 3 years for all applicants, regardless of where they went to medical school, and additionally to eliminate the board's recognized medical school approval process. Ms. Alameda explained that current law requires 1 year of postgraduate training for applicants who graduate from an LCME accredited medical school and 2 years of postgraduate training for applicants who graduate from an international medical school. Changing the postgraduate requirements for all applicants will allow the board to better assure that applicants are safe and competent to practice. Increasing these minimum requirements to 3 years will also eliminate the need for board staff to review international medical schools and instead utilize the list of medical schools available on the World Directory of Accredited Medical Schools. Ms. Kirkmeyer provided an update on the issues raised in the board's Sunset Review Report regarding applicants that have been out of practice in excess of 2 years, and informed the committee that board staff is working on proposed language to address this issue. Ms. Alameda provided a presentation on re-entry and on the length of time an individual may be out of practice before additional training may be needed to re-enter practice. The committee directed board staff to conduct further research on this issue and bring it back to the committee for further discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Cross. I gather that you're not asking for us to approve anything.
Not at this time.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the members to Dr. Kraus? Okay, any public comment from the audience? Comments on the phone?
No comments on the phone.
Thank you. Now we'll go to item number 21, discussion and possible action on Charles University's second faculty medicine application for recognition by Dr. Silva and Ms. Alameda. Dr. Silva, welcome. He's a good friend for a long time.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Okay. April Alameda, Program Licensing Manager. If you could please turn to your board packets, tab 21. The full report, as well as Dr. Silva's report, will be 1 through 13. Board staff conducted the initial review of Second Faculty of Medicine Charles University in Peru's self-assessment report. Board staff requested board licensing consultant Dr. Joseph Silva to review the report. Dr. Silva has been training medical students and residents for over 50 years at 3 U.S. medical schools. He has had a productive career involving clinical and laboratory research, medical practice, and public service. Dr. Silva's career has also been involved in leadership positions in several academic societies and consultants to the U.S. Department of Defense, National Academy of Sciences, and American Association for Advancement of Sciences. Dr. Silva had previously been chairman of International Medicine from 82 to 1997 and dean of medicine at the University of California School of Medicine. He has been a consultant to California North State University beginning in 2010 and now is dean of medicine since March 2015. Dr. Silva is here to present his report.
Thank you very much. It's always a pleasure to come before the board, Mr. Chairman. For the record, I'm only 39 years old. Very accomplished.
Thank you.
Anyhow, this program should be approved, and I want to, if you give me 5 minutes, just hit the highlights. It's a very extensive report. It's a new school, piggyback on an old school. And I think one of the problems for this board in assessing did it meet all the requirements of our business and professional code or California Code of Regulations is that they use different terminologies to cover what their course material was. And they didn't understand budget, and they didn't provide enough data to indicate how many faculty are from the regular Charles University second faculty versus this new program, which is piggybacked on and designed by the Czech government to encourage English-speaking trainees to come there and get trained. So it's taken us a while to work it out. It also had the problem that the dean was newly appointed when they submitted their paperwork, Dr. Kromerak, and he had a lot of things to do. So in my review, I want to highlight that this university has been around a long time, and it does represent an excellence in medical education. And the website, if you hit it in English, doesn't provide anywhere the wealth of data that exists, obviously, in Czech. So if any of you have interest and can read Czech, we've put in here what they're currently listed under the World Directory. Vakacia Fatuja Vicina Kavovoi. The elements here is that it's a 3+3 program. 3 years basic, 3 years clinical. And they run on like 2 different machines, which is very typical out of our schools where we go 2+2. They have all the entry requirements that I think would allow these students, and most of them do apply here. Although if you look at the identity of their English-speaking group, the largest group is from Norway and Sweden. They don't want to invest in medical education, and so they give them ample grants, and by European standards, it's a cheap place to go train. And it is quality training. And they do all the things we do. And they clearly don't make a lot of restrictions to allow English-speaking non-citizens to come in and get trained. The elements here about support, and that means both clinical facilities and the actual curriculum, and then how they run the clinicum and how do they monitor the granularity of excellence is well detailed. The one key ingredient that exists in this 3x3 school, and which is very popular throughout the European area, is that they have to demonstrate a speaking knowledge of Czech by the end of their 3rd year in order to converse with patients. There are schools out there that don't demand that, so it means they really meet a high standard of students graduating from there. And it is set up, particularly by the Czech government, for English language program, but it's run in parallel to the regular program. If you dissect through the facilities, they have segregated out what areas are used for this faculty or English speaking versus the regular faculty. And one of the biggest problems that is occurring in this country is that our number of postgraduate slots to train as a resident or fellow are really getting quite short and quite congested. Will we have adequate material? And they have addressed that. They have 3 sites which they have hospitals, but the one site is, I had visited the old hospital, but the new one on the website looks absolutely fantastic. I wish I had it over at California North State. And it's this hospital motel, and it has a large number of patients. They listed for us plenty of inpatients and plenty of supervision. They do go to 2 other schools or towns nearby. Their military hospital I visited in the early 90s, and it's still one of the gems there. And then in terms of all the items that we measure, professionalism, admission process, monitoring, assessment of the curriculum, student remediation, or many things they do are laudable. We don't do. They demand the students are in class 90% of the times. I go on many of my days now, and the second-year students, out of a group of 60, I'm down to 10 maybe listening to a lecture. And that's pandemic throughout academia. The deans of medical schools just discussed this issue in New York City in January. And they make the students carry a book, which lists all the patients they see, what they learned, etc. Things that we're just setting up in this country now for LCME approval. Going on and looking at the business and professional codes, we have in our codes a demand for 4,000 hours, which is typical of most schools. And that'll probably lessen over the years as we do more self-directed learning. They do address the 26 topics that we demand in our code section. Many medical schools in this country now, like my new school, we have 34. There are other issues, but they hit the ones that are critical that don't exist in a lot of schools unless they have a language program. Child abuse, geriatric medicine, human sexuality, pain management, spousal or partner abuse, addiction. So they are doing their jobs. They're meeting our standards. And then a couple other elements here is that they do have some unique courses I wish we had. They have a course in stomatology where they get basic lessons in oral disease and nothing have to do with corrective dental procedures, but the preventive aspects are there. And they also had the students work with nurses in their training, which I think is a marvelous idea. So overall, I think it is a valid program. It meets many of our elements for approval. And the 2 questions are, should we approve it? I've already said yes, I recommend to the board approval. The other one is, should we visit it? I'd love to go, but I don't think we have to. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Silva. I got a couple things. When I saw the recommendations, I gathered this, the English language program, which is second faculty medicine. Right. The second one, which I want you to see your comfort level, you're recommending that we approve this retroactive to the inception date of 1992. So that's where I had a little concern. I wanted you to say why was it approved by the World Director of Medical Schools and all?
Well, thank you for that question. I really can't answer it back to 92. And when I first saw this paperwork in 2015, and entered an initial report, I wasn't certain that they had adequate course preparation. Their budget was very hard to understand. They had whole columns that said they didn't have much money. Even their clinical sites were not well specified. So I framed about 30-something questions, 31 questions for Kurt, and the staff asked an additional 50, I think. And based on that reply, we re-looked at it, and as of 2015, and they had the material because I looked at the 3 years financial, that would take us just about now. So I would say definitely I could support what they submitted in 2015. Now, staff may disagree, and that's the first time anyone asked me that question.
It's not, I don't disagree with you at all. I think that's where we have the information from. But usually when we look at these, we go back to their inception unless we have something where there was a big change or whether they point something out that there was something different. It's just, we could have actually approved this probably back years ago, but we never had an individual that came forward to be licensed, and so the individuals just don't put that information into us. So usually on these schools, especially the English-only language program, we've gone back to when they've started the programs.
Yeah, some of their materials were represented. I could use the analogy apples, and we wanted oranges. And did the apple cover enough of the orange turf? That was the problem. The other one's a brand new school, and as you know, Mr. Chairman, when you start a new school, it's hard to pony up all the things necessary to meet the requirements. But I don't have any data indicate how many were there when they came on board. I can say an updated faculty log, and a lot of the checks names are similar, that you have to really go into their biograph on their website to see are they related or not. And they had a much increased number of faculty with discrete chores with departmental names on it they didn't have prior.
For my staff too, do we know that they were an approved school by the World Director of Medical Schools since 1992?
Well, the Charles University, the Czech one has an approval. That is approved. This is the language one, so if it would make the board comfortable, very much the struts they had there, they transported over. There's a lot of overlapping space, but the hierarchy is entirely different. It's entirely dean, assistant dean, controller. They're different for this university to have a separate budget, which would qualify. It's like University of California. How many hospitals and medical schools do we have? They all follow some basic conscript, but they have to apply for their individual approval.
Thank you. Any questions for Dr. Silva? Dr. Lewis?
So I guess I haven't really heard an answer. We want to know whether you recommend going back to the 1992, because that allows those graduates to apply for licensure in California. I don't know how many involves, but that's the main focus of why we would go retroactive.
Yeah, thank you. I didn't mean to hit you with an oddball. I just never thought about it before, but there was enough construct there in that university. I think they would qualify. I don't have any trouble worrying about that. But thank you for the pinpoint question.
Okay. Anyone else has any questions?
Question?
Yes.
Is there precedent where we would give such a broad retroactive approval?
Staff can answer that.
Yes, we've done this before.
Thank you.
And just going back, and Dr. Silva, correct me if I'm wrong, there's actually the first faculty that dates back to like the 1800s, correct?
Right. Oh, yes. This is one of the oldest medical schools in Europe, 1342.
1300s, something like that. And then there's the second faculty, and then the second
You want to go
faculty.
back that far, ma'am? I can go back that far.
No, we're not as and then the second faculty then started this English, and then there was the second faculty, and then they started this English language program. So they have a long history, basically.
Dr. Cross, you have?
Well, I was just going to move retroactive approval to 1340.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve retroactive to 1992, and we have a second. Any comments from the board? Any public comment from the audience? Comments on the phone?
No comments on the phone.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Before you take the roll call, can I ask for an amendment to that, just to include that with no site visit required?
Yes.
Yeah, we took it for granted, yes.
Just want to make sure we have it for the record. Nice try.
We now don't have money to send you.
Dr. Bolot?
Aye.
Dr. Bishop?
Aye.
Dr. Hawkins?
Yes.
Dr. Kraus?
Yes.
Ms. Lawson?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis?
Aye.
Ms. Pines?
Aye.
Ms. Sutton-Wills?
Yes.
Mr. Wormuth?
Aye.
Ms. Wright? Dr. Yip?
Aye.
Dr. Gonadev?
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you, Dr. Silva and Ms. Alameda.
Dzień dobry.
Now we move to item number 22, update and possible action and recommendations from the Midwifery Task Force. Dr. Bolot.
Thank you, Dr. Ganadev. I'd like to ask the members, if you could, this is important, to turn to page board 22-1 to 3. And as discussed in this memo on March 8th, 2017, Dr. Levine and I met with board staff and representatives from the California Association of Midwives, the California Association of Licensed Midwives, and the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists to discuss the current status of regulations to define pre-existing maternal disease or condition likely to affect the pregnancy and significant disease arising from pregnancy under Business and Professions Code Section 2507. Everyone at the meeting discussed the challenges created by the current language in this section, which requires a licensed midwife to refer a client with a pre-existing maternal disease or condition likely to affect the pregnancy or a significant disease arising from the pregnancy to a physician and surgeon for an examination and determination by the physician that the risk factors presented by the client's disease or condition are not likely to significantly affect the course of the pregnancy. And I should add childbirth. I apologize here. Lost my place. Okay. So under the proposed changes as listed on pages 2 and 3, if the client has a pre-existing maternal disease or condition likely to affect pregnancy or a significant disease arising from pregnancy, the midwife will still be required to refer the client to a physician trained in obstetrics for an assessment of the risk factors they may adversely affect the outcome of the pregnancy or childbirth. The midwife would have to include the physician's assessment in evaluating whether the client's disease or condition are likely to significantly affect the course of the pregnancy or childbirth. It would ultimately be the midwife making the determination with the midwifery standard of care rather than the physician as to whether the client should continue with the pregnancy. I'm sorry, I'm scrolling, and it's not something I do well, I see. Let's see. If the client does have a pre-existing maternal disease or condition likely to affect the pregnancy, or a significant disease arising from the pregnancy likely to significantly affect the course of pregnancy or childbirth, the midwife would have to refer the client to a physician or surgeon of care if the midwife providing the collaborative care as appropriate. It is important to note that it was determined that if the proposed amendments are made to the statute, then board staff will move forward with the regulatory process to define pre-existing maternal disease or condition likely to affect pregnancy and significant disease arising from the pregnancy. Conditions falling within the definitions put forth in regulations, which would include prior cesarean section, would prompt the referral to the physician for the assessment of the risk factors and, when appropriate, for the transfer of care. The board's regulations on this issue was raised in the Sunset Review background paper. Therefore, I would like to ask for a motion to approve the language with the proposed changes and authorize staff to submit the amendments to the Senate Business Professions and Economic Development Committee for their review and consideration.
Thank you, Dr. Boland.
I will so move that motion that you stated.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, it's seconded. Discussion, please, from the board members.
I'm sorry, Michelle, I guess I must have phased out. Explain, does this then, did I hear you say that the ultimate decision whether or not the woman will be referred to a GYN or OB doctor will be made by the licensed midwife?
I'm going to defer that. Yes, that's to Kim. No.
I think that's a crucial point in my mind. I don't quite understand what they're saying here.
No, the referral will have to be made. The doctor will then have to do an assessment rather than that determination. And then at that point, once they provide the information to the individual, then it will be at the licensed midwife to make the determination as to whether they're going to, based on the physician assessment, or the woman also could determine at that point, based on the information they received from the physician, I'm no longer going to have the licensed midwife. I'm going to actually stay with the physician and use collaborative care for that.
But what if the physician says this, I assess this is requiring the care of an OB physician? The midwife then has an opportunity to say, no, that, I'm not going to do that? Okay, thank you.
But it has to be within they're still having to work within their standard of care.
Any other comments? Okay, I have several people I think who wants to from the audience. First one is Rosanna Davis. Ms. Davis.
Oh, good afternoon. This is on? Yes. I'm Rosanna Davis, California Association of Licensed Midwives, and I wanted to thank the Doctors Bolot and Levine for meeting with us, and the staff for working through this issue. In 2013, as you all know, AB 1308 attempted to design a framework in which the midwife client or potential client whose medical history indicated a need for physician participation in her care could obtain that care and then continue in the care of the licensed midwife if the disease or condition was not likely to affect the pregnancy. Unfortunately, the language choice in statute, particularly the use of the word determines, inadvertently created an unreasonable expectation of the physician to predict if a patient's, what the patient's medical future might be. And this was an issue that Dr. Levine specifically brought up during our discussions about it and agreed that it's an unreasonable expectation of the physician to make this determination in the future. And I just want to remind us all that we still continue to practice under very specific scope of practice and such going forward with this new wording. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Davis, and I have next one is Sarah Davis.
Sarah Davis with the California Association of Midwives, California Association of Licensed Midwives. I would like to speak a little bit to the most current data on a couple of the issues that come up a lot when we are trying to determine where to go with this. One of the key points that has kept us from succeeding in the regulatory process is the question of whether or not a potential client who's had a prior cesarean would be able to continue with a licensed midwife in a subsequent pregnancy to plan an out-of-hospital birth. And I would like to mention the most current data we have on that is two 2017 studies that both reference out-of-hospital birth and discuss prior cesarean. One of those, I believe we're going to have an author make a public comment on the phone, so I'll just speak to the other one. Planned home births, need for additional contraindications in American Journal of Obstetrics and Gynecology in 2017. So this one does point to a large study with many, many planned home births and does show an increased risk for people with prior cesarean in out-of-hospital, it's just home actually, not birth center, compared to hospital births. However, this counts people planning home births in about 26 states. Half of those at the time were did not license midwives to practice outside the hospital, or did not license non-nurse midwives. So in half the states for which this data is collected, you had midwives practicing illegally, possibly attending these births. So that could account for quite a large number of these adverse outcomes. You also had no way to count the number of births that were planned out of hospital for someone who'd had a prior cesarean, but ultimately transferred to the hospital as a precaution. And we do understand from the data that about 30% of people planning an out-of-hospital vaginal birth after cesarean do transfer as a precaution with no adverse outcome. So your denominator for these planned out-of-hospital births for prior cesarean is actually artificially quite artificially decreased. So this data actually, to me, speaks to the need to have licensed midwives able to care for women who will have planned out-of-hospital births with prior cesarean, whether or not they have a licensed provider able to attend them. And I think this data actually speaks to how many women do that in other states or will do that in the future here without an attendant, because this also does include any provider type, no provider. So this could be someone completely unassisted or assisted only by a friend. So we do have this. And I think this speaks to the possibility that we could continue and have the midwife make the determination in California.
Thank you. Any other comments from the audience?
Thank you. Shannon Smith Crowley, representing the American Congress of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, and I appreciate the efforts on this. As you can see, this is a extremely complicated area, and so we, together with the CMA, have attempted to deal with the entirety of the out-of-hospital birth setting, regardless of the license type in our two-year bill, SB 457, for consumers to understand it should be one uniform standard, but deciding on the standard has been very difficult. In terms of, I think there's been a problem with the difference between some of the medical language and the legal language. What we were trying to do in the original AB 1308 by using the word likely was to say, if it's something that's more than a normal low-risk pregnancy, something that's benign, the example that had been used was benign kidney disease, clearly was not going to have any impact on the pregnancy, so there was no need to refer to the physician. The language went to Legislative Council, came back to use the term likely, and now it's being interpreted to mean 51% of the time that there's going to be a problem. And anybody in this room knows that any of these conditions, for instance, twins, it's not 51% of the time that it's going to be a problem, but that it's about 5%, which we believed was high enough to completely prohibit out-of-hospital twins. So we were trying to look for conditions that are less than the 5%. So I think in terms of the language that we worked on our bill, and I think in order, if you're going to able to do anything, which I don't know if you can in this bill, is anytime where you're using the word likely to significantly affect the pregnancy, it really needs to be something more like, you know, if it's at a risk above normal. So, and that's what, the question about the determination is what we're expecting, because there will be some physicians, if they know that somebody is planning an out-of-hospital birth, they might not write an assessment or have in the medical notes something that would be consistent with somebody being able to have an out-of-hospital birth. But if we're asking for them to assess the level of risk, and a lot of this is, do you see a problem in the pregnancy? They don't normally write, they don't normally write, I'm expecting the woman to have a normal low-risk pregnancy. What they may say is, she had gestational diabetes late in her last pregnancy, it was controlled by food, we're going to monitor at these weeks, you know, and basically not seeing a significant problem. So that would be what the midwife would then look at to say whether, in her determination, does this put it above a normal risk? And then it is up to her, and an enforcement action, if she's going to have to be the one to defend whether it is something that's above a normal low-risk pregnancy. And I'm not even getting into the VBAC issue, but I'm seeing my light go on, but we have some numbers that are significantly different. And we think, again, this just explains the complexity of this bill, and I don't know if we're able to fix it in this vehicle or not.
Thank you, and I will actually ask Dr. Bolart on that issue, but in the meantime, any other comments from the audience? Any comments? Oh, one more. Thank you.
I promise I will be brief again. My name is Sarah Howard, and I'm a licensed midwife practicing in Los Angeles. And I just wanted to give a little bit of information about how the practice that I've been working in handles specifically women who've had a prior cesarean section. First and foremost, we ask that all of those patients see a physician for a detailed conversation and about informed consent. That is actually above and beyond what the law requires, but we feel that that's a really important part of their care. In addition to that, we also provide them with ACOG's position paper on vaginal birth after cesarean, and we provide our own one-on-one face-to-face informed consent, which is in a typical client looking to do a VBAC, it's above 60 minutes face-to-face. So it is extensive. And beyond that, if that patient continues in care, we have several more requirements of them, including that they receive an ultrasound in the 3rd trimester for the placement of their placenta in relation to their uterine scar, that we recommend against any home remedies of any kind during their pregnancy on their own, that they communicate with us specifically very early in labor. And this is so early, in fact, earlier than our other patients, and even earlier than a patient would be communicating with their OB, were they choosing a vaginal birth out after cesarean in the hospital, or going to the hospital, were they determining that. And in labor, our time frame for 1st and 2nd stage are much shorter and much more strict. And we transfer, of course, in labor to the hospital in accordance with the transfer plan in our law, but it's earlier than a hospital provider might even notice a blip on the radar, because we do recognize that there is that time, that transfer time, that we have to take into account. So I just wanted to give you that information, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for that detailed explanation, which somewhat allays some of my fears, but that's important. Thank you. Any other comments from the audience? Any comments on the phone?
There's 3 comments on the phone. The first is from Kavita Noble. Please go ahead. Your line is open.
Hello. Thanks for letting me speak. This is Kavita Noble. I'm the Vice Policy Chair for California Nurse Midwives Association, and I have a statement on our behalf. CNMA has reviewed the Midwifery Task Force proposed language to BNP Code 2507, and in California, licensed midwives and nurse midwives have different but overlapping scopes of practice, reflecting the differences in our education and preparation. We are experts in nurse midwifery care, not care by licensed midwives. However, given the overlap in our scope of practices and our shared roots in the midwifery model of care, we would like to provide this comment. CNMA supports language that maintains client autonomy and self-determination. Each woman has a right to make an informed decision about where to give birth. CNMA supports language that reinforces the clinical decision-making capabilities of licensed midwives consistent with their training. Initial and ongoing risk assessment in order to refer to an OBGYN as needed is consistent with the medical board guidelines of practice and professional standards of care. We interpret this language to suggest, as you've also discussed, that the licensed midwife would retain clinical decision-making capacity to assess whether risk factors present are likely to significantly affect the course of pregnancy or childbirth. You may be aware that CNMA is working on AB 1612 to address physician supervision of nurse midwives. As our own bill evolves, we're watching this process very closely. Nurse midwifery is regulated by the BRN, and we have our own separate standards. But we recognize that not all language will be translatable between licensed midwives and nurse midwives. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you. Who's next?
Next is from Elisa Sanchez. Please go ahead.
Oh, hello. This is Alicia Sanchez representing the California Medical Association. I think, as referenced in the testimony by our colleague from ACOG, this is a complicated area, and I think it's also referenced in other testimony that has a lot of moving parts this year. And we have our own bill, sponsored bill, SB 457, which is a 2-year bill, so it wasn't discussed yesterday. But in that bill, we've articulated a framework and a plan that we think resolves some of these questions and is the vehicle that we think should be pursued. And with respect to the complexity and all of the different perspectives that are being brought to the table this year in the conversation about out-of-hospital birth, we recommend against including it in the sunset review. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Next one is from Dr. Lang. Please go ahead. Your line is open.
Thank you. Thank you. I just wanted to get a clarification. Are you saying that the physician who sees the patient only gives their recommendation to the patient and the nurse midwife that plans to do the delivery, either for or against doing a home delivery or a midwife delivery? Or is this just a way for the patient to be able to get the information without the physician having to get liability because they told the patient, yes, it's okay for you to do this, or no, it's not okay for you to do this, and still allow the input from the physician to come through? I'm unclear as to how your bill will work.
The physician would be making an assessment on what past health conditions may impact the current pregnancy and delivery, and what diseases that have arisen since this pregnancy, whether they may impact the course of the pregnancy and delivery. And so the physician isn't having to make the determination, which is what the old language says, that the patient can or cannot have a home birth. The physician is assessing the risk factors at play. That assessment will have to be requested and provided to the midwife. The midwife, using the standard of care, will determine whether this person should continue under midwifery care or be referred to a physician, and then the midwife, when it's appropriate, can continue in a collaborative role. Midwives, they want good outcomes just like their clients do, and the barrier has been that the statute has required a determination on the part of the physician that this person is appropriate to have a home birth. And that does put liability on the physician, and it has created barriers to midwives being able to work collaboratively with physicians, and that's not in the best interest of consumers.
And that information would be shared with the patient?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, actually that was my question too. So the patient actually, physician talks to the patient on the patient's assessment. In the end, it's not the physician, it's not the licensed midwife, it is the patient who is going to make that decision. So that's why we just want to make sure that it's in there.
I do want to clarify, there is another level of safeguard though, because there are some patients who don't want to have a hospital birth, and it's still incumbent and required by the midwife to refer the client to a physician. That midwife will not be able to provide midwifery care if that prior condition or current disease makes it likely to impact the pregnancy and delivery. So it's not just up to the patient. The midwife has to protect his or her license by making appropriate transfers of care.
That is there in any care, Kerry. I mean, it's any care. Your patient can say, what you want me to do is not, you're not accepting what I'm recommending, so it's not any different than treating high blood pressure. It doesn't matter, so that's why that's not. So, but I just want to make sure that patient is fully aware of the risk, along with the licensed midwife, and together they can make a decision. Okay. Dr. Bollard, can you comment on it? There are no more phone.
Any other callers?
No comments right now.
Thank you, Doctor. A comment on the OBGYN doctor's comments, please.
Yes. In regards to our meeting that we had, there have been, as we learn and we know things evolve in medicine. We didn't used to do trial of labor after cesarean, and now we do, and we want to look at cesarean rates decrease in hospitals. And the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists were present at the meeting, and there are, there may be differences of opinion that if any instrument, for example, has been used on the uterus, that would present a risk, and some feel that it should be only done in a hospital. During the meeting, our colleagues and in the midwives talked that patients will continue to ask for home deliveries, and that's a subset of patients that may not have access to physicians. So there are some differences. There were defined some opportunities to work collaboratively, and that's why this has been presented to the board for consideration for the board to move forward without these regulations, but to look at the language that we've come up as a group. So, Dr. Gadonadev, did that answer your question? There are differences of opinion?
Yeah, I did. I just wanted to hear from you because your committee had a meeting and someone expressed a concern, so that's why I'm asking.
Yes.
And then again, remember, this is going into the legislative process, so as you all know, during legislative process, there's open ability to come and comment.
Any other comments from the board before we go to roll call? Okay, roll call, please.
Dr. Bolat?
Aye.
Excuse me, Dr. Bishop?
No.
Dr. Hawkins?
Yes.
Dr. Kraus?
Yes.
Ms. Lawson?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis?
Aye.
Ms. Pines?
Yes.
Ms. Sutton Wills?
Yes.
Mr. Wormuth?
Aye.
I'm sorry?
Aye.
Thank you. Ms. Wright, sorry, Dr. Yip?
Aye.
Dr. Ganadev?
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Next is item number 23, discussion and possible action on the Midwifery Advisory Council appointment set for expiration June 30, 2007. Ms. Alameda.
Hello again. This agenda item is regarding the appointment of the licensed midwife. Staff recommends the board approve the MAC's recommendation to appoint Shamin Perez, licensed midwife, to the vacant licensed midwife member position. The board received 4 applications for the licensed midwife position. 3 of the applicants were present at the March 16, 2017 MAC meeting and addressed the MAC members regarding their interest to be a MAC member. 1 member did withdraw their application. And the MAC members voted to recommend to the full board Ms. Perez, licensed midwife. I would like a motion to approve Ms. Perez to the vacant midwife position.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion is made and seconded. Any comments from the board? Okay, audience comments, I have 2. Sarah Howard.
I apologize, I wrote the wrong number.
All right, Sarah, you're forgiven. Next one is Sarah Davis. Both of you are forgiven. Any comments on the phone?
Any caller comments?
There's no comments at this time.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Dr. Bolat?
Aye.
Dr. Bishop?
Aye.
Ms. Feinstein? Sorry. Dr. Hawkins?
Yes.
Dr. Kraus?
Yes.
Ms. Lawson?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis? Ms. Pines? Ms. Sutton Wills? Mr. Wormuth?
Aye.
Dr. Yip?
Aye.
Dr. Ganadev?
Aye.
Thank you.
Do we have a quorum on that one? Okay, good. Okay, next agenda item is item 24, Vertical Enforcement Program update from the HUIU Ms. Nichols.
Kathleen Nichols, Deputy Chief at the Division of Investigation, Health Quality Investigation Unit. Chief David Chris sends his apologies. He is not able to attend due to his presence being required at the Capitol today. I will be providing an update on the Division's Health Quality Investigation Unit. For the last year, Chief Chris and I have discussed with this board the need for retention pay for HQIU investigators. We submitted the retention pay proposal to DCA, and the proposal was submitted to CalHR on behalf of the department. For the last several board meetings, the status was pending CalHR review. I am pleased to report that there has been progress on this issue. CalHR and CSLEA have signed an agreement to award a 7.44 pay increase to investigators topped out in the salary range for at least 12 months to all DCA investigators and also investigators from the Department of Insurance who also expressed a retention problem and sought relief with CalHR. While the most ideal outcome was retention pay for HQIU investigators only, this pay increase is a step in the right direction. The agreement still needs to be ratified by the legislature and is not final. We are now awaiting the ratification process. The pay also only addressed rank and file investigators and does not include HQIU supervisors and managers. I have been assured that if the retention pay is ratified, CalHR will be addressing any compaction issues the raise will cause and make the necessary adjustments. We are confident that this increase will allow us to attract qualified candidates with prior investigative experience, as not all Unit 7 investigative agencies were included in the pay increase. We are re-advertising all current openings to attract a very competitive candidate pool. We want to thank this board for all the support over the years in obtaining higher pay for HQIU investigators. It is truly appreciated. In addition to pay, which will help retain newly hired investigators, the division is working with Kim Kirchmeier and executive staff at the medical board, along with the Attorney General's office, to suggest modifications to the current vertical enforcement legislation. We feel increased pay and modifications to VE are necessary to improve investigator retention, and we fully support changes to the legislation mandating vertical enforcement. In addition, we are also in the process of forming an official recognition program for investigators statewide to recognize their important work and accomplishments. Appreciating and recognizing staff for achievements is another way to retain investigators. Regarding the vacancies, our current vacancy rate is 31 investigator vacancies, which is a 40% vacancy rate. However, the good news is that there are 21 candidates in background for those 31 sworn vacancies. All investigator candidates in Northern California have been selected, and we are working on selecting the final 10 candidates for Southern California. We have hiring panels scheduled for next week, May 4th and 5th, for the Glendale, Cerritos, and San Dimas offices. In addition, we have 15 non-sworn special investigators working statewide to assist with the caseloads. 7 of those 15 are in background for sworn positions with HQIU. Due to the success of this pilot program, we have added 3 more special investigator positions in Tustin. These candidates have been selected and will start work mid-May. 1 special investigator position was also added in San Diego. Interviews were held last week and a candidate was selected. We hope to have final clearance within 45 days for a start date for that position. Our training unit is providing evidence training May 9th to all HQIU evidence custodians and supervisors. In addition, these sworn staff are also completing an extensive 14-hour online course regarding evidence collection and management. The training unit is also developing a mini academy 3-week course for newly hired HQIU investigators. This will take place in the fall. They are also developing some case-specific training for all HQIU investigators. Some other exciting projects we are working on with Medical Board is the newly designed QBERT reports to keep track of all case information per investigator. This will replace the need for supervisors to enter information on Excel spreadsheets. We are very excited about these new reports, and supervisors will be receiving training on May 9th in combination with the evidence training. We are also in the process of changing our case disposition process with the medical board, which will streamline the process and ensure timely disposition of cases. The medical board is in the process of hiring the AGPA position that will fulfill a lot of these new duties, and medical board ISB staff are currently working on designing and programming a brand new statistics reporting system to be called ICR, Investigator Caseload Report, which will accurately keep track of all completed and assigned cases statewide. I'd like to take a moment to thank medical board ISB staff for their help on this major project. Sean Eckelkraut, Nancy Smith, Sharania Little, Frank Islami, and all the ISB staff involved. They're an extremely talented group, and we have enjoyed collaborating with them on this valuable project. Lastly, our Pleasant Hill field office is moving to their new Concord location this weekend and will be operational in Concord on May 1st. That concludes my update. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Ms. Nichols. I know you said you are still home, but we'll allow to welcome you home. So, any questions to Ms. Nichols? Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Nichols, for the report. I think that you stated that that the 7% raise would be granted for at least 12 months. I didn't understand
that. It would only be granted for those investigators who are topped out at the highest range of the salary for at least 12 months.
So they've been topped out for 12 months?
For 12 months. And then once they've done that, then they would gain the 7.44 pay increase.
So it only relates to the time period for which they've been topped out. Okay. Thank you.
Unfortunately, you're right. Okay. Any other comments? Okay, any comments from the audience? Comments on the phone?
Do we have any comments on the line?
No. We have a comment from Dr. Lang. Please go ahead. Your line is open.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Dr. Lang.
I would like to say thank you, Ms. Eccles, for the presentation you just gave us and all the work you're doing on trying to help get these vacancies filled. I would like to make a recommendation that in light of the findings of the recent demographic study that were discussed at the January public meeting, we ask that you would consider including as a part of the training unconscious bias training. So while you already have people in the pipeline that are getting ready to hopefully become your future investigators, I think it would behoove all of us to start with some unconscious bias training before they get out there and are trying to deal with issues that they may not have really been prepared for. I think that would really go far in us trying to make a difference in the information we gained from the study.
Thank you. I appreciate that comment, and we actually are going to be undergoing that training in combination with medical board staff.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nichols. And again, same public comment. It's our money. We want to take care of our investigators. It's not anybody else's money. It's not general fund money. So with that, next item is vertical enforcement. Our Health Quality Enforcement Unit, Ms. Castro.
Thank you. It's always a privilege to be able to address you as the head of the unit that you pay to do all these cases as well. I'm submitting these comments just in case the proposal to remove VE is a serious suggestion and not simply a conversation starter. We need reminding of what a handoff model truly is. And as a reminder for now, VE is a low cost with respect to the AG's office. We bill you by the hour, and on average, $1,200 is expended per investigation for a total of $2.5 million a year. You have 12 lead prosecutors in every single one of your district offices assigning themselves cases of low priority and making sure that the ones that come in on fire are assigned appropriately. We review for closure, interim action, acceptance for prosecution, and work hand in glove with our client, who we hold in high esteem, as well as Ms. Delp, who we hear from on a daily, if not hour-by-hour basis. We work so closely with her. Luckily for the medical board and none of the patients in the state of California, the unintended consequences are clear. This is pretty much crystallized in the final report of the enforcement monitor from November of 2005. You don't need a crystal ball to tell you what a handoff model would look like. Look at Chapter 7, beginning at page 114. You will also see that the medical board has moved light years away from 2005 when the vertical enforcement program was put into effect. But you will see the detriments of a handoff model. And if you will, for a moment, just pretend that the vertical enforcement program is very directly analogous to a team-based approach to a project. In this case, our project is your cases, but in a healthcare model, a healthcare quality investigator, whether sworn or unsworn, are going to be part of that team. Our expert reviewers with whom we rely on because of Dr. Yip's leadership, those could be analogous to a consultant that you would hire to look at the patient, and a DAG could be analogous to an attending. Our most highly valued investigators, the ones who are topped out and know this stuff cold, I would even analogize possibly to a physician assistant, but those are far and few between, and we've lost a lot of them. Without the DAG overseeing and actively involving themselves in the medical board investigation, you will see that in a handoff model, you might have some folks who are untrained in law, and with the hiring of non-sworn, that is actually a reality until they're trained and up to speed. They may be unfamiliar with the presentation of evidence and unfamiliar with perhaps the causes of action that are available under the Medical Practices Act. They might be making evidentiary decisions and acquisition decisions such that expert witness selections would be affected. So taking this analogy to the next level, let's pretend we have a non-medical, non-MD health professional who is unfettered by billing, unfettered by insurance, unfettered by cost benefit, and is not being directed by a physician. This non-MD health professional would be empowered to collect documents, objective and subjective data, the pulse, order laboratories, imaging studies, and compile the record of all those things, ordering tests without being directed, and these would include screening and diagnostic tests. And though well-meaning, they just have unfettered access to collect all this objective and subjective data without the direction or feedback of an attending physician. This non-MD health professional would hire specialists and consultants and may pick and choose from which tests, diagnostic or otherwise imaging studies, pieces of the medical record to provide to this outside consultant. That's the equivalent of our expert reviewer. But let's just say that maybe they decide to only send positive results or negative results. Again, they're well-meaning, but this is what they're collecting. And they're also selecting the type of consultant for this particular patient. And maybe, just maybe, they forget to send in a very critical piece of that medical record. And at some point, they receive the specialist report. The consultant report comes back, possibly with some thought process of what is wrong with this patient, if anything at all. Ultimately, this non-MD decides, okay, I think I have my diagnosis, and I think I'm going to ask this attending to perform a surgery and let them know what I feel should be happening in this particular scenario. And again, this is a non-MD health professional who actually is not a very high-level person, has never attended any of your surgeries or any of your treatments, so does not know your style. And at that point, you have not, as the attending, been able to consult, direct, or advise throughout this entire process. You are handed the patient and say, here, do something with this. The attending in that situation, and I know it's a crazy situation, but just stay with me, the attending would be confronted with a number of choices to make. Perhaps he or she would find out necessary tests were not ordered at all. The diagnosis has been delayed, and the patient is actually worse off by this time. Perhaps it's too late. That would be the equivalent of a statute of limitations who is either on the cusp or was entirely missed. The specialist maybe received the wrong information, so the consultants that were hired, although by this well-meaning person, they just didn't have a full and complete picture. Or worse yet, the wrong specialist entirely was not consulted. This person would probably not take the patient, or even worse, find out that the patient was never sick at all. That would be the equivalent of a physician who was taken through this entire investigative process only to find at the end that there was no legal cause of action that was colorable. Clearly, this scenario would not work in medicine, and it also does not work with law. I know we have a couple of JDs on this panel, but when we send out, plaintiffs' attorneys send out for investigation, some of their cases, they may be regulated by the bill, but again, under this scenario, there would be no check or balance on under that. So you will see that essentially, if the attending is involved in the life of the case, they would be directing the record, making sure that the correct specialists and consults are sought for guidance. They would be making sure that the consultant receives all the information to properly guide the case. And as an action item, at the same time, hopefully you would catch that case without, in due course and without unnecessarily delay. And under that scenario, the patient would not arrive dead on arrival or too late because the wrong path was entirely taken. Or worse yet, like I said, the patient is not sick at all. I wanted to conclude my remarks on VE just to make sure to tie it back into the last time I was here. Judge Feinstein asked me to provide her with statistics, and that request to me was withdrawn. So I just wanted to report back on the board that that is no longer pending on my side. With that, I conclude my VE report.
Thank you, Ms. Castro. Any questions to Mr. Castro? Ms. Castro? Dr. Yip.
You mentioned chapter 7, page 1. That's in the sunset report or in the...
Oh, what it is it's called the final report of the enforcement monitor. It's from November 2005. It is found on your website under reports. Specifically, if you wanted to see a description of the handoff model that was outlawed by the enactment of the vertical enforcement government statute code section 12529.6, if you focus in on chapter 7, you will see what the problems were with the handoffs. And we call it a handoff because, like I said, it's that person kind of working in isolation in a silo, well-meaning, well-intentioned, sometimes not well-trained, and passing over a completed thing for consideration and treatment. My greatest fear with the handoff model, which is being proposed, and I understand we're working on having that not be the proposal, is that there's no bigger frustration than to put in a lot of work into something and only to have it rejected. And one of the frustrations under the old handoff model was these investigators would work very, very hard, and then sometimes we reject the case and say, this is not worked up properly, we need more investigation, and that's just more delay. And worse yet, like I said, we have an innocent physician that maybe there's nothing that should have been investigated this whole time, and we want to save those physicians from being under the cloud of suspicion unnecessarily, that, you know, we work at the Department of Justice and we don't think that is just. And finally, getting a case and filing it and just throwing a Hail Mary, that's no way to treat these cases. Although we can salvage some cases. We say, okay, fine, you know, we're not going to do that part of the case, but let's file it. Let's put the patients on notice that this physician has some concerns. So yeah, you don't need a crystal ball. You don't need to go walk down the road of unintended consequences. We've been there 12 years ago, and that's why we're here. Thank you, Dr. Yip.
Thank you, Ms. Castro. Just for Dr. Yip, as we talked yesterday, Medical Board is not recommending elimination of VE. Medical Board is recommending some modifications to VE so that it's more efficient. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Any further questions to Ms. Castro? Dr. Bishop?
Actually, it's not a question, but a statement. I think you made a compelling case, and I think Dr. Ghadanadev answered my concern and question that we're not throwing the baby out with the bathwater, but rather we are going to be rational about the way we proceed with VE, because I do think the team collaborative approach is always the best in every circumstance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments from the board? Any public comments from the audience? Any comments on the phone?
No comments on the phone.
Thank you. Go to the next item, Ms. Castro.
Thank you, sir.
Update from the AG's office.
And I had a comment on the comment, and that I wanted to make sure that you knew that our staff feels very valued as of yesterday by the comment that this was not the medical board's idea. It was disheartening to see it, but we push through and we keep, you're our client, so if that's what you want, that's what we will do. But my staff is overjoyed that this was not your idea. So with having said that, the Attorney General's report is very simple and short and sweet. We are finally going in front of the California Supreme Court on Wednesday, May 3rd at 9 a.m. We are the second matter for cause in San Francisco. If you wanted to listen to your case, it will be webcast. This is a case called Lewis versus Medical Board. It involves very interesting facts. If you went to that website, you could even see some of our briefs. And essentially, it will be tried. And this is the Cures case. There's some issues whether there's an exclusionary rule that applies to Cures report on a physician that we did put on probation. He's completed his probation, but there's issues here with privacy. You hear it all the time with these bills and all that. It's always like attention. So it's an exciting thing for this finally to come to pass. So we have a Deputy Solicitor General trying the case as first chair, Amy Feinberg, very, very talented. And as second chair, we have our very talented Deputy Attorney General, Edward Kim. He is a lead prosecutor, very committed to you and to the craft. And so you were very, very, I know that they will do a fantastic job, and I can't wait to hopefully come back soon and be able to report back a positive outcome that'll only enforce the fact of the role that you play here, especially with this opioid epidemic, and how crucial and important your role is to society. And you are the best in the country.
We know that. Thank you, Ms.
Thank you, sir.
So any comments from the board? Yeah, I was actually also going to ask Carrie if she has any comments on the case tomorrow.
On the Lewis case?
On Monday, but what's...
We've been working very closely with the Solicitor General's office and the Attorney General's office, and I think they're going to be ready and they will do an excellent job, and then it's up to the court.
This is the one we are all named, I gather.
No.
Okay, good. Okay.
No.
I just want to formally thank, actually, the Solicitor General, Amy, and also Ed Kim for their work on this Lewis case. The number of hours they've put in, I can't even probably tell the members. But they, especially Ed Kim, has actually put his heart and soul into this case. And I was very impressed by him actually speaking about the case. We met with him, and it was just really good. I just wanted to let everybody know and publicly thank him. So please let him know.
Oh, we will. He's our resident expert on this topic area, privacy, Fourth Amendment. So just having this case come up has upped our game and made us address some things for improvement even. So thank you.
Any comments from the audience? Any comments on the phone?
Any comments on the phone?
No comments on the phone.
Thank you, Ms. Castro. Actually, you are truly a team member with us, so we appreciate it. Next is item 27, update on the ISO study. Ms. Dell.
Good afternoon, board members. At the direction of the board, Executive Director Kim Kirchmeier and I met with staff from the Health Quality Enforcement Section and the Health Quality Investigation Unit to identify ways where complaints can be recognized as possible matters needing an interim suspension order throughout the whole case investigation process. As you know, an interim suspension order is sought to suspend a license, place practice limitations or restrictions upon a physician's practice because evidence supports that the licensee has engaged in or is about to engage in acts or omissions constituting a violation of the Medical Practice Act, or is unable to practice safely due to a mental or physical condition, and by permitting the licensee to continue practicing would endanger the public health, safety, or welfare of patients. The group identified 14 improvements or policy changes to meet the stated goals, and these strategies are listed in Board Agenda Item number 27. 9 strategies have been implemented and 5 remain in process. Since the last update provided at the July 2016 board meeting, the following have transpired regarding the strategies. Regarding improvement number 1, board staff enhanced its database of expert reviewers to easily identify experts that execute physical and mental impairment evaluations, and staff has begun the development of an online training tutorial tailored for those experts that will supplement the primary expert reviewer training being provided to all experts. Regarding improvement number 4, pursuant to Business and Profession Code 2220 subsection A, the board within 30 days of receipt of an 805 or 805.01 peer review report must investigate the circumstances to determine if an ISO should be issued. In most circumstances, unless the information in the report is straightforward, HQIU and HQES staff are unable to make a sound determination as to whether an ISO should be issued within the 30-day time frame. As a result, the medical records and peer review investigation reports must be obtained to make further assessment. On average, it may take 90 days or longer to receive the required documentation when factoring in time to assign the case to an investigator, prepare and issue a subpoena for records, and wait for the facility to return the requested documentation. To reduce this time frame, board enforcement staff now prepares and serves the administrative subpoenas to the facilities that submit the mandated reports to the board. This improvement will not only reduce the time frame to receive the necessary documentation, but will eliminate a task that the HQIU investigators must complete, resulting in a reduction to the overall investigation time frame. And just to give a clear example of the impact of this improvement, board staff and myself had training just 4 days ago on preparing and issuing citations. 2 days later, the first report came in. Staff has prepared the investigative subpoena. It's being reviewed right now, and when I return to work next week, I'll sign it, and it should go out within 1 week. Improvement number 8, the Office of the Administrative Hearing received training on physical impairment, including how fitness for duty evaluations can be measured against impaired physicians. Improvements 3 and 4, of all the strategies identified, improvements 3 and 14 will take the longest to implement. These 2 strategies require the development of a new BREEZE activity codes to track, monitor, and capture statistics for potential ISO cases at the field and at the Office of the Attorney General. It is the priority of the board's enforcement user group to develop the codes. However, the BREEZE change request may not be the highest priority when considering all of the BREEZE change requests that have been submitted to the department by other boards and bureaus. It is important to stress that the board continues to make the issuance of ISOs a priority to ensure licensees who practice medicine are not engaging in acts that endanger California patients. This concludes my report, and do the members have any questions?
Thanks, Ms. Dell. Any questions to Ms. Dell? Any comments from the audience? Genevieve, I got your name there. Oh, okay, thanks. Any other comments from the audience? Any comments on the phone?
No comments on the phone.
Thank you, boy. When you come to the end, nobody wants to talk, so. So we still have several items from yesterday. So we'll go to item 10 first. That is the Marijuana Task Force, Dr. Cross.
I believe Ms. Lawson will give our report.
I think I'm giving
Ms.
the
Lawson.
update. As much as Howard wanted to talk. Thank you. On February 8th, 2017, the Marijuana Task Force held a meeting with interested parties up in Sacramento. The goal of this meeting was to begin the process and discussion for revising the board's statement on marijuana for medical purposes. Many interested parties attended this meeting, including representatives from medical associations, state entities, telemedicine companies, physicians who recommend marijuana, and consumers. The task force first heard a presentation from the California Bureau of Medical Cannabis Regulation from Lori Ajax, the chief of this bureau. This bureau is responsible for issuing distribution, transportation, laboratory testing, and dispensary or sale licenses for marijuana. Ms. Ajax provided an update on the activities of the Bureau, including information on meetings they have held with the public to discuss the Bureau's responsibilities and holding pre-regulatory hearings to talk about the concepts for the regulations that they are drafting to implement the program. She stated that staff are currently drafting the regulations, and it's anticipated that they will be developed by January 1st, 2018. She stated there's a lot of ongoing state coordination needed since there are several licensing authorities involved in the oversight, including the Department of Food and Agriculture and the California Department of Public Health. They've been working together to make the regulations consistent, and it is the intent to begin issuing licenses in January 1st of 2018. The task force next heard an overview of the board's current statement on marijuana for medical purposes and the history and background of this statement. The task force determined that any future document would be called a guideline and not a statement. Ms. Smoes provided a presentation on the requirements that were in Senate Bill 643, which passed in 2015, and she discussed the history of the bill and its implementation. Dr. Kraus and Ms. Kirchmeier then provided an overview of the Federation of State Medical Boards model guidelines for the recommendation of marijuana in patient care, and a side-by-side chart was reviewed which compared the Federation's guidelines with the board's current statement. And while there were similarities found between the two, there were also areas where more information was provided in the Federation's guidelines than in the board's statement. The last agenda item provided an opportunity for all interested parties to provide recommendations regarding revisions to the board's existing statement. There was significant discussion and several comments were received from those in attendance. The board staff is currently working on drafting the new guidelines for recommending marijuana for medicinal purposes that will take into consideration the Federation's guidelines and all of the comments that were received from those who spoke at the task force meeting. Once these guidelines are drafted, board staff will meet with staff from the California Marijuana Research Program, also known as the Center for Medicinal Cannabis Research, to receive their input into the board's guidelines. And once that meeting is held, the task force will hold another interested parties meeting to review the draft guidelines with all stakeholders and to receive input on the draft guidelines. Once that meeting has been completed, the task force will finalize the guidelines and present them at a future board meeting. The task force wants to complete the revision to the guidelines prior to the October 2017 board meeting. This will allow the board to hopefully approve the guidelines at that meeting so they can be sent to all physicians and posted on the board's website. We think this process of revising the guidelines will provide the best opportunity to have all stakeholders weigh in on the process and in order to get the best product. Our goal is to have a document that can educate providers and assist in the appropriate recommendation of marijuana for medical purposes. Any question?
Thank you, Ms. Lawson. Dr. Cross, you want to add any additional comments?
I'd like to add that one of the panels I attended at the FSMB meeting last week was in relation to medical marijuana. And although it was an informal panel, as we spoke with each other, colleagues on medical boards serving elsewhere in the United States were alternately appalled and amused that medical marijuana recommendations in California can be obtained by telehealth. There was a bill in the legislature that was considered in a previous session to suggest that such a recommendation would require an in-person visit, but in the process of negotiation of that bill, that was removed. So to my knowledge, we are the only state in the union that allows such a recommendation to occur by a telehealth visit.
We're always the pioneer, you know that. Any other comments? Any comments from the audience? Any comments on the phone?
No comments on the phone.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Lawson and Dr. Cross. And the next one is update on disciplinary demographics task force, Ms. Wright and Dr. Cross. Dr. Cross.
Thank you, Dr. Gnanadev. On February 24th and April 25th of this year, Ms. Wright and I met with staff telephonically to discuss the study, the board's enforcement process, and recommendations we may put forward to the board on these issues. The goal of our task force is to evaluate claims of discrimination and the findings of the CRB demographic study in order to proactively prevent bias in any and all processes of the medical board and in actions of anyone who may be involved in the investigative or disciplinary processes. In discussing this issue with staff, and as discussed at our last board meeting, one of the first actions we have recommended to the board is to research and identify training that can be provided to all individuals involved in the enforcement process. This includes all of the board staff, board members, all investigators and medical consultants, all experts, all attorneys, and all administrative law judges. During the discussions and research on this issue, it was determined that some entities already receive training on bias. However, that training needs to be evaluated to determine if it covers everything the board would like it to cover. If it does not, then the board will request those entities to take the training approved by the board. Board staff have been working to identify a training course and vendor. Staff has identified approximately 5 vendors that appear to have a course on implicit bias prevention training. However, the vendor must not only be able to provide in-person classroom training in both Northern and Southern California, but must also provide a webinar interactive training that can be completed by those outside of the board and Department of Consumer Affairs staff, such as board members and expert reviewers. Therefore, staff is working with the vendors and also with the Department of Consumer Affairs Training Unit to develop a training program that would meet this need too. The board will need to enter into a contract with a vendor to provide these services, but is also hoping that the department staff can also assist in order to save costs. There are a number of suitable training programs available, and the goal is to have a contract in place by July and training completed by the end of this year. We would recommend that this training be repeated every 2 years. In looking at the board's enforcement process, there is no ability to de-identify the physician due to potential conflicts among those who review the board's cases, and also due to the need to review the physician's history and obtain necessary licensure information. However, based upon comments received by staff at a presentation discussing this issue, we believe that certain information should be removed from the complaint, investigation, and prosecution process. This information would be any information identifying the medical school the licensee attended, or the location of postgraduate training that was received. This information could inject unconscious bias into the process and is irrelevant to the action being taken by the board. In addition, we would recommend that any such information be removed from investigation reports, physician interviews, attorney general memos, and administrative law judges' proposed decisions. Lastly, we believe that any descriptive information regarding a licensee, including physical description, birthplace, work location, etc., be removed from all of these documents as well. Again, while the CRB study was an observational study and did not find any party to the process acted with bias, we believe that it is important to remove any factors that could lead to unconscious bias from the board's enforcement process. We believe that these steps will improve board's potential for acting with unconscious bias in the enforcement process. Finally, we would ask Ms. Kirchmeier to meet with staff from the Health Quality Investigation Unit and the Attorney General's Office to provide feedback that was received during the review process. We believe it is important for the individuals who investigate and prosecute these cases to receive this information in order to hear outside perspectives on the board's enforcement process. The next steps for the task force will be to meet with interested parties to obtain more information, hear their concerns, and consider additional solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Cross. Actually, Ms. Wright and you have done a great job, so we truly appreciate what you're doing. Any questions to Dr. Cross? Any comments from the audience? Any comments on the phone?
We have a question on the phone, and please go ahead, your line is open.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Dr. Ann Stavern, President of the Charles R. Drew Medical Society. I first want to commend the board in having this study done. We are the Los Angeles affiliate of the National Medical Association, representing African American physicians in the greater Los Angeles area. We also are in association with Dr. Khadijah Lang, who is the president of the Golden State Medical Association. I would like for our society certainly to become part of that list of interested parties. Our membership does feel that they have significant feedback with regards to the outcome of the study and perhaps some recommendations that may address some of the findings. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was the board's intent anyway. So thank you, and we'll appreciate you all attending the interested parties meeting. Any other comments on the phone?
We have one from Dr. Lang. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon again, hopefully for the last time. This is Dr. Lang, President of Golden State Medical. Thank you, Dr. Stavern, for your comments. I'd just like to say thank you for the very thorough input that you gave over how to try to address unconscious bias as a starting step in dealing with the findings of the demographic study. We do appreciate the work that you're doing. We appreciate the leadership allowing this work to move forward, and we look forward. Golden State is the constituent organization of all of the local NMA affiliates throughout California, and all of our local societies have expressed similar concerns about the findings that were in the demographic study even before the study was commissioned or performed. So we are all interested and would like to be kept abreast and involved so that our input can be heard and hopefully help make a positive impact on trying to mitigate this problem.
Thank you, Dr. Lang. Actually, we truly appreciate you being involved from the beginning.
Thank you.
Any more comments on the phone?
There is none.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to item number 12, update on the Physician Assistant Board. Dr. Bishop.
Thank you. The Physician Assistant Board conducted its quarterly meeting on April 24th in Sacramento. The National Committee on Certification for Physician Assistants, NCCPA, is currently lobbying various states for legislation to mandate that PAs retain certification through their agency in order to renew their PA licenses in that state. Recently, the state of West Virginia vetoed a bill that would have removed the current NCCPA certification requirements of completing 100 hours of continuing medical education every 2 years and successfully passing the NCCPA recertification exam every 10 years. The NCCPA believes that this veto protects patient safety and holds PAs to higher standards. Currently, California law requires PAs renewing their license to be either NCCPA certified or complete 50 hours of Category 1 CMEs every 2 years. Following a lengthy discussion, it was determined that the board will investigate the possibility of working with a new national certifying body such as the American Academy of Physician Assistants to create a new certifying exam. The members discussed amending the current Physician Assistant Practice Act as well as the regulations to address provisions that may no longer be relevant. These include supervisor license fees, program fees, and approval of training programs. The board also discussed updating the sample delegation of services agreement that is currently available on the board's website to reflect the amended laws and regulations. The DSA is provided as a sample for PAs to use along with their supervising physician regarding the services that are delegated to the PA. It was noted that currently the board has 6 regulations that have either been submitted to DCA, an agency, for the 45-day notice, or will be submitted to OAL shortly. Title 16 California Code of Regulations, Section 1399.617, addresses the possible fines that could be imposed if a licensee is not compliant with the CME audits as required by law. The board discussed new legislative bills that could affect the DCA boards and healthcare professions. Notable is AB 710, which would mandate that boards shall have 1 meeting every 2 years to be conducted in rural Northern California. The board executive officer, Lynn Forsyth, announced that the part-time OT position was filled on March 1st and the full-time enforcement position would be filled on May 1st. So after 2 years, the office will be fully staffed. Lastly, the PA board would like to thank the medical staff of the medical board, including especially Ms. Kirchmeier, for their continued support and guidance.
Thank you, Dr. Bishop. Any questions to Dr. Bishop? Any comments from the audience? Any comments on the phone?
No comments.
Thank you. Almost there. We got one item. After that, we'll be closing. So it will be item number 9, presentation on outpatient surgery centers program. Ms. Gershmeyer.
Thank you, Dr. Gonadeb. According to my watch, it's 1:10, so that means I have 50 minutes, right? Till 2 o'clock? Just
You
kidding.
can dream on,
Just kidding.
Kim.
All right. Okay, so I just wanted to let you know that this presentation on outpatient surgery settings was actually something that was requested by a board member. And as we have several new board members, I thought it would be a good time to bring this forward. And this really is just an informational update. And if you have any questions at the end, I'm more than happy to help answer those questions, or I'll be kicking it to Ms. Webb to help answer those questions. So, as you all know, the board actually has a role in outpatient settings that was actually greatly expanded with a court decision several years ago. The law requires that if a surgical procedure requires anesthesia to be administered in doses that have probability of placing a patient at risk for loss of the patient's life-preserving reflexes, then the surgery must be performed in an accredited, licensed, or certified setting. A setting that wants to be accredited must be accredited by an accreditation agency approved by the board. So far, the board has approved 5 accreditation agencies, including the Accreditation Association of Ambulatory Healthcare, the American Association for Accreditation of Ambulatory Surgery Facilities, the Joint Commission, the Institute of Mediquality, and the American Osteopathic Association or Healthcare Facilities Accreditation Program. These agencies must go through a renewal and approval process every 3 years. During this renewal process, the agency must provide the board with a document outlining how they comply still with all of the requirements of the law. Board staff reviews these documents and determines if there are any deficiencies in compliance with the law and requests additional information from the agency. Again, it is important to note that the board does not actually accredit the facility, but again, we approve those accreditation agencies that do that. And the case back in, I can't remember what year it was, that changed us, I think it was about in 2006, 2007, was Capon versus Shuri. And what they said was that any facility that had any percentage of a physician ownership had to be accredited, not licensed. And so our little group of individuals who were accredited probably went, I don't know what our number was at that time, but it went up drastically. We have about close to 1,000 facilities now, and probably back then there was maybe close to 100, if that. So the board has made significant improvements to its outpatient surgery setting database. Further improvements are anticipated when the board has the resources available to make these changes. Currently, the agencies provide the board with all of the information about these settings on a spreadsheet, and it comes in on an Excel spreadsheet. But then the board has to actually take that information and enter it into the database. Board staff is working on a database where the agencies can actually update their information directly into that database, so there's not so much manual labor involved in it. And then the other thing that this improved database, and probably more important to us, that would happen is that any missing documents, it would flag us for information, and then we could reach out to those accreditation agencies if there was anything missing and follow up with them. However, the current system still works very well and provides the public with a lot of information. You can see on this slide here that you can search by the name of the setting. You can also search by the owner as well. And once you obtain the information, it actually shows which accreditation agency actually accredits that facility. And then here you can just click on that big green X to get then into that information on that specific setting. So this is the information that's provided on the facility. As you can see, this provides the location, the phone number, the type of setting, whether it is also CMS approved, because some facilities are not just accredited, they also have CMS certification. It provides information about their accreditation and past history, as well as the owners, and provides information there. And then the last thing, it also lists the specialties at the facility. And then lastly, you can see that it provides information since 2010, because that's when the law changed to really make sure we had more information on our database. It provides inspection data, any deficiencies, corrective action plans, outcomes, and then the outcome report. You can see that kind of all down there at the bottom of that slide. So not only does it provide the information when it happened, but it also then provides the actual document because the law authorizes us to post this information on there. So we actually go ahead, we take the actual document itself that's sent to us from the accreditation agency, we scan it in and we post it to that facility's profile. So this chart here actually indicates the role of the accreditation agency and the medical board. So as you can see here, for the accreditation agency, they actually have to inspect each facility no less often than 3 years. If the results of the inspection conclude that the setting is out of compliance, they have to issue a deficiency report, and then they may go on to do additional information or additional fines basically, or disciplinary action, sort of. They can issue a reprimand, they could place the setting on probation, they could suspend or revoke the accreditation, and all of that information then gets provided to the board. They have to inspect the setting within 24 hours if they receive a complaint from the board that the setting imposes an immediate risk to the public. And then lastly, they have to investigate any other complaint received by the board within 30 days. The medical board, we can actually inspect the settings as often as necessary and shall ensure the accrediting agency conducts the required inspection. Right now, we really rely on the accreditation agencies to do this. If we get a complaint, we request them to go out and do the inspection because they have the expertise. The accreditation agency must report within 24 hours if the setting has been issued a reprimand, been placed on probation, or again, if the accreditation has been suspended or revoked, so we can put it on our website. We have to receive the findings for that inspection that we requested within 5 days. And then we also have to receive the findings of the investigation if it wasn't an immediate danger within 30 days. The reports on the results of any inspection have to be maintained on file, and the final inspection reports were open to the public for their inspection. We investigate all complaints concerning a violation in this chapter, and where appropriate through or in conjunction with a DA, we may bring action against a setting to enjoin them. Basically, for us, though, we really have gone back to we go back to the accreditation agency. There hasn't been one that has been brought to our attention to where we've actually have to go out and work with the DA's office at this time. So just the inspection reports that we received, I got information on an overall total, and from January 1st of 2012 to the present, we've actually received almost 1,800 inspection reports, and during that same time frame also, we've received 853 correction plans, which have all been posted on our website. And again, we do receive these inspection reports from either the 3-year normal inspection time frame, if they're going out and just doing a cursory review during that 3 years, or also from that complaint that we've sent to them. So another thing that is actually required is adverse event reports. So in 2013, it was actually required prior to that, but what the law had said is that if an facility has an adverse event report, it gets reported to the California Department of Public Health. Well, the California Department of Public Health isn't the entity that actually accredits these facilities. They license them, and they license, now I think they're probably down to less than 30 actually facilities that are licensed by them. So they were getting all of these adverse event reports, but they were for the medical board, and so it was kind of difficult for us to get that information. So in 2013, we actually requested a legislative change, and that all of these adverse event reports would be sent to the medical board. Previously, they were going over there, and so again, for us, we really thought that consumer protection would be better if they were sent to us. So here you can see, these are what these adverse event reports are required for. And this is, as of right now, we're working on changing. As you all know, it's in our sunset review report, but this is really the same adverse event reports that are required for a hospital to report. So if it's a surgical event, again, you see there, obviously, surgery performed on the wrong body part, wrong patient, retention of foreign object, a product or device event. You can see there the examples of what those are. Patient protection event, patient death or serious disability associated with like a patient disappearance or suicide or attempted suicide. Care management event, patient death associated with medication error. That's probably one that we see a lot of. An environmental event, again, patient death or serious associated with a burn, a patient death associated with a fall. And then lastly, a criminal event, which could be sexual assault on a patient, care provided by somebody that may be impersonating a physician or another healthcare provider. So based upon the report that we received, the board actually has made changes. Just going back to those adverse event reports, we actually requested that changes be made because in using just the hospital adverse event reporting, in some instances it didn't make sense at all. Some of them were like maternal birth issues. Individuals aren't providing birth in these facilities. These are surgery centers, and so a lot of things didn't apply to them. So we actually made some changes, and we actually made those in conjunction with actually working with individuals in the field that are used to these facilities. And so we hope that those changes will really fall in because it will help us make sure that we have the right reporting. We added some and we took some away. So once that event occurs in the facility, they actually have a form that we've actually put together and they send that into the medical board. So what happens once we receive that report? First, let me give you a few statistics on it. So in 14-15, we actually received 104 adverse event reports. And then in 15-16, we received 111 adverse event reports. And this was out of 896 accredited facilities. That's what we currently have in our database with a current active registration or accreditation. So one thing, over the lifetime of us having this reporting requirement, we've actually had 1,716 facilities over the whole life. So you can see some come on, some go off, but right now we have the 896. So I actually had requested, because I actually have a kind of a standing request to come speak at the California Ambulatory Surgery Center Association. And I go out and talk to them, and they had asked, well, what kind of adverse event reports do you actually get? So I pulled data from all of the adverse event reports that we had received up to that time, kind of put them in a database, and actually broke it down a little bit and aggregated the data. Because these adverse event reports, we do consider them a complaint, and so they aren't public information, but we have them in our database. So out of all of the adverse event reports, 72% were actually related to a surgical event, and the largest really was in a category of other, unfortunately. It wasn't identified. 11 of the reports I looked at out of the 113 that I was looking at, they were actually surgeries performed on the wrong body part. One thing was we had 14 of those actually in our 55 in the other category were due to perforation issues, which I think is one thing that we see quite frequently. Per product or device event was about 11% of those, and some of those included, patient death or serious disability based on contaminated drug, device, or biologic provided by the facility. 12% were in case care management, and again, those were because of medication errors, several of them. And again, a lot get categorized in other, and so you kind of have to read through them to see what they are. And only 1% was an environmental event, and then 4% were unidentified events that just came into us. So that process that we go through, so we get this adverse event report. And when it comes into the board, the first thing that we're looking at is this facility actually accredited by an agency approved by the board? So if the answer is yes, then that's going to be forwarded to the accreditation agency for an inspection. So we ask them to go out. Here's the adverse event report that we received. We want you to go out and do an inspection. If it isn't accredited, well, we have a couple questions. First of all, is it accredited, is it licensed, or is it CMS certified? Is there another oversight agency for that facility? And we forward those on to that appropriate agency. But if it's not licensed or accredited at that time, then we actually look at it and we forward it on to enforcement for more action. Sometimes maybe they forget to renew their accreditation, even though they've sent in the report. So then the adverse event report comes in, and the inspection survey results that we receive from the accreditation agency, we actually review those to ensure that appropriate action is taken. Again, it's posted on our website, and then if it had deficiencies, we ensure that corrective action plan was provided, and then we also look and make sure that that outcome report is posted. If the information indicates a physician departed from the standard of care, it looks like there's physician problems, we will actually refer that over to our enforcement unit. So board staff are also really looking at these reports to determine if there is any physician wrongdoing. This is actually really good for us because we do use it as a complaint basically when it comes in the door. Because I used to joke actually and say, but besides certain criteria, it's not like really a bricks from the building is falling on the person. It's usually some type of event that happened on behalf of the physician. They did something wrong. They didn't follow the standard of care in the events that we see coming forward. And so we make sure that that gets reported over to our enforcement and to our central complaint unit, and they open up a complaint against that physician, and then it goes through our normal enforcement process against the physician. One thing that we did have problem with is we got a call from CASA, who is the association we deal with a lot, and they said it was hard because what happened is we got an adverse event report, we opened a complaint against the physician, and we sent a letter to the patient saying, we'd like to look at your medical records, can you sign off on this patient authorization? Well, the doctor had no idea that this was going through that process, and so it looked like the patient had made a complaint because of the wording of our letter. And so we changed our letter outreach to them to say, we received this mandatory report, and because of this mandatory report, we want to look into the care provided by the physician to you. And then we're also encouraging, obviously, them to notify their doctors that they're filing an adverse event report against that physician. So that's basically the process and the oversight of our database, and at that point, I will open it up to any questions that the members may have.
Thank you, Kim. And so if a center is licensed by CMS, they don't have to send the adverse event reporting to the medical board even though they're owned by physicians, they can send it to CMS?
They don't have to send in the report. The requirement is actually in our section, right, Carrie? And so that's something the Senate Business and Professions Committee would love to get everything standardized to where what happens with an accredited facility is the same that happens with a CMS or a CDPH. But as the law stands right now, there's several differences, not just in that one.
Dr. Cross.
Thank you, Kim. Let me preface my comments by stating my obvious conflicts. I'm a physician. I have an ownership interest in an ambulatory surgery center. And for the last 10 years, I've been a physician member of the board of the California Ambulatory Surgery Association. As a board member of CASA, I also wish to state that patient safety is the #1 concern of CASA. CASA is not just a advocacy organization looking out for the financial well-being of ASCs, and CASA has collaborated with you and has been active with the legislature in terms of trying to create legislation and regulation that would hold ASCs at least to the same standards that hospital outpatient departments are held. And CASA has been pushing for similar reporting requirements as exist at hospital outpatient departments. And I know from the other side, when I've attended CASA meetings, that Kim's participation and presentations to this organization have been very well appreciated. So I think that we are moving in the right direction. We know that there have been terrible circumstances where patients have been damaged and have died during or following care at ambulatory surgery centers, and it is the intent of this board, as well as CASA, to make outpatient surgery in California safe. Thanks.
And I just have to say, the reporting requirements are actually in SB 798 as well. I didn't state that. We hope that they stay in there. I know we had it in a bill last year and it didn't make it through the process. We're hopeful that it makes it this year because, as some of you may know, there was a report that was put out that talked about big business, little data, because it showed the huge spike when they were all licensed by CDPH. They were getting all of this information, and then as soon as Capon versus Shuri went out, it dropped drastically with the information that goes to OSHPD from these facilities because they're no longer required to report it because the accreditation agencies, accredited ones, don't have to report that. So that's something we're trying to address. And just from my perspective, working with CASA and their executive director, Beth LeBoyer, you're right. CASA has the heart for patient protection, and they are always meeting with us and trying to improve outpatient settings. So.
Okay. Dr. Bola.
Yes, I just have a question, and forgive my ignorance on this. You talked about ambulatory care surgery centers. Now, there's the ambulatory care surgery center and the office-based surgery. Is this everything rolled up, and that what changes is who it may accredit that office-based surgery center in terms of the reporting that Dr. Gadanadev mentioned?
So there's a couple of things. First of all, what really makes the differentiation between the facilities is the level of anesthesia they use. So any facility that uses it to where they will lose their life-preserving reflexes, then it actually has to be accredited, licensed, or certified. So they really choose, with the exception of any one that has any physician participation in it, they can choose whether they, if it was a lay person, for example, they could either be accredited or they could be licensed. And some entities only go through the CMS certification. There's some other exemptions. Carrie has her book, but outside of those, it really depends on what the person wants to go through to be able to perform the procedures.
Thank you.
Dr. Yip.
Are there any regulation for hospital to report the event that for patients who have surgery done in outpatient surgery but subsequently admitted to the hospital?
No, there's no requirement. I'm not going to answer that question because I don't actually know if part of their adverse event reporting are the same as ours. So there's nothing that requires a reporting that I know of from a transfer to them, but there is our own requirement that we have if an entity has to transfer a patient that they actually have to report. But it's not a report that helps us really because it's an anonymous report and it gets reported to OSHPAD just so they can collect the data. If there's a death, though, they have to report it to us, but the transfers right now is an anonymous transfer. I believe in our language, looking back at Jennifer, I think in our language we talk about a transfer to a hospital, though, will have to be reported as an adverse event. And I can't remember, I think we put some specifics around it, but there's no cross-reporting that I know of from the hospital side if they get that.
Yeah, it's a double-edged sword.
Yeah.
You actually want some of these people transferred because of, surgery is not same. You can have 1%, 2%, 3% of the time some complications. So you would rather have the patient transferred rather than these centers think that, that becomes an adverse event reporting, and then it becomes a real problem. So we got to be very careful what we want. I would rather take the patient safety rather than somebody worried about, we're going to be dinged. So, Dr. Kraus.
Personally, I do believe that patient transfer should be reported, but there's another huge area that is not reported, and that is a patient who is discharged from the ambulatory surgery center and may be admitted on an emergency basis to a hospital 1, 2 days or a week later. I would hope that we could evolve into a mechanism where these are things that could be tracked. You may recall that we lobbied for coroner's reporting when people passed away from opioid excess, and the governor failed to sign that because of a concern of an unfunded mandate that would be placed on the coroner. But similarly, if we can go back to coroner's reporting and ultimately receiving coroner's reports at the medical board, I would also be interested in receiving coroner's reports for anyone who had had elective outpatient surgery in any setting in the prior few weeks before they would appear in the coroner's office. It's really important for us to have a complete data set in order to work to make outpatient surgery as safe as possible in this state.
So the point, Kim, is that all these things are needed, but don't call them adverse events. That's what my concern is, okay? Being admitted to hospital could be a DVT, which is like a hospital readmission. It happens quite often. What nationally CMS looks at is, okay, what is this hospital's readmission rate? Rather than if a patient came there. So reporting is important, but don't call everyone an adverse event reporting because that discourages people to report. or that discourage him to call the hospital and transfer the patient. So I'm very concerned about calling everything adverse event. So reporting is fine, just don't call it adverse event. Dr. Yip.
I wonder the organization Dr. Kraus mentioned, CASA, I believe, can help to present some data as far as what has changed in the past 5 years, what type of surgery and outcome. For example, lab choline now is done in the surgery center, mastectomy done in the surgery center. Are they having the same standard of care? Are they having the same outcome? Do they give patient a choice? Would they give patient that, hey, you can do your surgery here, but you have a choice if you want to do it in the hospital? I think we need to look into that too.
I can definitely ask Ms. LeBoyer if she has any information that could be provided.
It's unfortunately it has gone way beyond that. There is total joints being done at surgery centers. Spine surgery is being done at surgery centers because it's not what the doctors and hospitals doing. It is the insurance industry is pushing on. There are bundle payments. So the bundle payment for a surgery center for a total joint is 1/3 the cost done at the cheapest hospital. Not that. So Medicare is doing it too. It's not just the private industry, and that's the way it's evolution. So that's why we need the data, but I don't want the data called adverse events. Dr. Cross.
If it pleases the board, it might be helpful at a future board meeting to invite Ms. LeBoyer to provide a educational overview of what occurs in the ASCs in California at this time.
Yeah, that'd be great. We reciprocate with them.
Well, that's the next item. You already will go to the next item on you on that one. Any other comments? Yeah, from the board. Comments from the audience. Genevieve.
I am one of those individuals who went to a so-called surgical center. But we use the name medical center, not outpatient. I was going for a right shoulder surgery. I had a full cardiac and respiratory arrest. They had to open the ICU, so-called ICU, because it was closed. And they had none of the qualified RN. A physician did not come until like 7 hours after my arrest. And a month later, I have still not heard from the surgeon to kill me on the table. And I reported it to the board. That was August 17 of last year. You know, that need to stop that kind of care we are receiving in this wonderful place here. I request them to go to an hospital. So no, he has to be in that outpatient center. And, you know, and actually I filed a complaint with all the organizations. They all penalize them, except the physician. The physicians still have not done anything. And he's one from the biggest corporation in Los Angeles. And, you know, that physician, he has ruined my life. I was, you know, lucky to survive.
Sorry, is this a pending complaint? You can't talk about it.
Yes, you know, a year is almost a year. I think that's, you know, something should be done. Because right now I need surgery, but no surgeon will do surgery because we do not know what happened when I arrested. And that's very important, you know. I have had tons of surgery before. I never had any problem. Right now, I'm in need of surgery. I cannot get surgery because nobody wants to touch me because we don't know what caused the arrest. You know.
Thanks, Genevieve. I understand you
I need help.
Yeah, no, I do totally understand where you're coming from as a doctor, not as a medical board member.
Yeah.
It's a serious issue. Often the insurance companies mandate you to go somewhere, mandate you to go to certain doctors only. It's a different issue, but that we can't solve that one here, but we can look in, and like Kerry mentioned.
The hospital part responded almost immediately. They investigated, finding them, you know, deficient and mandated, you know, corrections. but the medical part did not happen. I think the surgeon freaked out. You know, we all do bad things in life, but something needs to be done so it don't happen to somebody else.
Get it? We get it. Thank you. Any other audience comments? Any comments on the phone?
Yes, there is a comment on the phone from Eric. Please go ahead. Your line is open.
You guys are often commenting that people are not allowed to comment on current complaints. Carrie, can you tell us why that is? Because I thought people were allowed to comment about anything they wanted at a public meeting.
It's to prevent conflict for the panel members when the matter comes before them. They should only be considering the record, not information obtained outside of the record. And so that is why we ask people not to bring those forward.
Thank you, Mr. Andrist. Now we go to the last item. Agenda for July 2017 meeting in San Francisco. Board members want to add an agenda item. One, Dr. Kraus already mentioned one, which is taken into. Any other items?
I have one, Dr. Goodall.
Anyone from the audience? Oh, Dr. Golart, I'm sorry.
No problem. We have crafted a fantastic document about the problems with prescription opioids, and we have a PDMP report or cures to determine what's being prescribed in terms of opioids. But often is, for those that are on the panels and may not be physicians, will see that it'll say something about dangerous drugs, and we have a long laundry list of what those are. So my question would be, do we have someone that could speak to us about prescribing guidelines, not just about the opioids, but this happens all the time. What are some of the common problems with benzodiazepines, alcohol, and other sedative hypnotics? And I think that would be interesting because where I work, a lot of demand and request has come up for that type of information.
Okay, Kim, we can not only look into that, but also to see if we can put something on our monthly or quarterly book we sent out. So, any other? Okay, anything from the audience? Any from the phone?
Yes, we have a comment from Eric Andrist with Citizen. Please go ahead.
The problem is that you told her that she can't talk about her open complaint. So is there a law that prevents people from publicly talking about their complaints, or are you just requesting that they don't? Because you always interrupt people when they start talking about their complaints as if they should know that right off the bat and that it's a law that everybody should know. So let us know if there's a law that prevents people from talking about their complaints, or if it's just something that you're requesting.
Thank you, Mr. Andrist. Okay, this board meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.